Way to start off with the mic muted. Welcome everybody. It's been a month to the day. It's been a while. I needed a mental break. I had a lot going on in my life as far as just things going on. I got to visit with my family and just get out and kind of do things I wasn't doing for myself. So it was a nice little break. I wanted to tap in with you guys, see how everybody was doing, and try to get back in the groove of things. I'm not going to do anything super crazy, but I do have some stuff to talk about today. Anyhow, yeah, I do got some stuff to talk about today. Welcome to anybody who's here. See if the chat, let anybody pops in the chat. I'll give it a hot minute. Um, yeah, let's see what I got here. I'm going to talk about JD Vance and the anti-fraud in California. Um, there's been a lot of fraud going on across the United States, especially California. We've been pointing that out for a very, very long time. For since the pandemic, we've been pointing out the fraud that's been going on in California. Well, now it's finally being pointed out. I talked about it a month ago. There was the fraud that involved the elderly and the elderly and the hospitals, and they were putting the elderly in a hospice as part of their fraud. It was like nine something, or I'm not sure exactly how much it was, but now we have a new one. And this time it is for some billions of dollars. So let's see what we have to do. Let's see what he has here. JD Vance warns blue states officials could face prison over blue dollar fraud epidemic. Vice President says White House task force is investigating whether government officials enabled alleged scheme. So I have the actual press that he did. We can check this out real fast and then move forward. If it plays. Always got to be some commercials for this, right? Oh, shoot.
The DOJ has secured multiple arrests across California and Minnesota. The task force also identified nearly $6.3 billion in suspected fraudulent government contracts and found 186,000 dead people who received SNAP benefits. But before the White House created this task force, it was independent journalists like Nick Shirley.
Dead people getting SNAP benefits when there's people that actually need it.
Exposing the fraud in Minnesota. Now, that was across various programs within the state's Medicaid, autism, daycare services, and the grand total of fraud is estimated to be as high as $19 billion. And DHS sources tell Saturday in America that nearly $700 million was flown out of Minneapolis heading to Somalia. Over in Ohio, it's more of the same. A new audit revealing millions of dollars have been wasted on the state's home healthcare industry. And get this, Fox went to two buildings that house more than 6 home healthcare businesses between them. And similar to Minnesota, DHS sources tell us that $136 million flew from Columbus to Somalia once again since 2023. Now, to put that into perspective, perspective, major airports like JFK and Dallas-Fort Worth only reported $3 to $4 million in bulk cash transfers per year. Saturday in America also unearthed an auditor report showing that Governor Gavin Newsom was warned of hospice fraud years ago, and a whistleblower report sounding the alarm to Governor Tim Walz that taxpayer money was being funneled to terrorism. Our team had the opportunity to take our original reporting straight to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, directly to the White House Task Force to Eliminate Fraud. Now, my exclusive interview with Vice President J.D. Vance. Vice President J.D. Vance, thank you so much for being here today.
Of course.
Based on some state expert estimates we have seen, going back to 2019, the California State Medi-Cal program alone could have cost taxpayers $146 billion with a B in fraud.
Yep.
That's an extraordinary number. Could this be, that's one program, one state, $1 trillion fraud epidemic in the country?
I mean, we don't really know how bad the fraud problem is because until Donald Trump became president, nobody actually took a serious look at it. It could be hundreds of billions of dollars. It could be $1 trillion. What we do know is that a lot of Americans are being taken advantage of. And whatever the scale is, it's big enough to really matter. And I think to make a significant hit, meaning American taxpayers could be paying less taxes. We could be saving more money. And I always try to remind people of this, Kaylee, there really are two costs and two victims. One is taxpayers getting fleeced, whether it's $100 billion or $1 trillion, that's a lot of money. But it's also, there are these programs that people in my family that I have benefited from that are meant to provide food to low-income kids, are meant to ensure that if you can't afford a doctor, you can still have access to medical care. Those programs are going to be destroyed by the fraudsters. So we're trying to protect American taxpayers. We're also trying to ensure that these critical programs are there for the American people. I think we're going to save a lot of money, but also do a lot of good.
Yeah, you could save $1 trillion. We'll see. The one thing I hear from viewers, from voters, is action. They want action. And they look at something like Minnesota, where the largest Medicaid fraudsters were prosecuted. One of those Medicaid fraudsters said, "We gonna party, bro," in a text message and a piece of evidence. That guy was let out on bond. They believe he's currently in Kenya. His co-defendant said, "Next pay period, bro, I will bill $50K. The judge just let him out with no jail time on a plea deal. What do you do with blue states like this?
Well, we just have to prosecute as much as we can. And we have to accept that, yes, there are going to be some blue states that fight us, but that doesn't mean we can't do our job. And for every person that slips through the cracks because of a crooked judge, we're going to get 10 people who actually go to prison or suffer real consequences for it. And we're also saving the American people a lot of money. You know, one of the things I've learned as vice president, I think the president, of course, appreciated this from his first term, is that you can have a rock solid case. You can have a fraudster, you can have them dead to rights, you can have them literally in a text message confessing to the crime, but sometimes you're still going to have corrupt judges. I think it drives home the importance of getting better judges in the system, but also going after this stuff in a number of ways. So let me give you an example of this. We knew this was a problem going into this. We recognized that some of the blue state judges would not allow us to go after fraud as aggressively. So we're coming up with a number of legal theories that will allow us, under the system that we have, to prosecute people for fraud in jurisdictions where they're actually going to face justice. And we're working through that stuff right now. But we were aware this was going to be an issue. I promise we're on top of it. Yes, there are some people who are going to slip through the cracks, but we're going to get a lot of people, and that's going to be, I think, the action the American people deserve and want to see.
So arrests at the federal level, we'll be looking for that. When you look at this, it's hard to keep up with. You see fraud in Medicaid, SNAP, childcare, foreign student visas, student loans, COVID, and then I just read in the Wall Street Journal fraud related to a minute theater and music COVID tagline there that was worth $10 billion. How does the system allow this kind of rampant fraud?
Because no one ever looked at it. No one ever asked themselves, are the American people being fleeced? Nobody ever asked, for example, if you're paying hundreds of billions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars to a Medicare provider, is that provider actually giving services to people? Or let's say you have somebody who's claiming that they need help under Medicaid to provide care for an autistic child. Was anybody actually asking the question, do they have an autistic child? Do they even have a child at all who would need to benefit from these services? So the fact that nobody ever asked the question is a scandal, but it's one of the things the President of the United States came in saying, we have to fix this, we have to change this, and we have started doing exactly that. If people ask me all the time, Kaylee, is this a difficult job? Like, is it hard to find fraud? And the unfortunate answer is no, it's not. And there's so much of it. There's so much across so many different programs. You mentioned a lot of them just in the lead up to the question. What I try to think of myself when I think of goals is 2 years from now, I hope that it's hard for us to find the fraud. That's the ultimate measure of success, because there is so much sitting on top that nobody's really looked at. We've changed that. We've got to keep on going after it.
Our team at Saturday in America unearthed a publicly available 87-page document that was addressed to the governor of California in 2022, who was Gavin Newsom. And it showed him a map of where to find hospice fraud. And his selling point of him taking action was a moratorium on hospice centers and the closing down of 280. Centers over 4 years. I heard you've closed down 800 hospice. How were you able to do in 2 months what he did a fourth of in 4 years?
By doing our jobs. Again, this is not rocket science. The fraud is.
All right, sorry, I was on mute again. I haven't done this in a minute. All right, look, bro. You said this is moronic, right? You said this is moronic. Well, you do realize that this has been going on before Trump was president, right? You do understand that this was going on for the last 5 years, 4 years. You do understand those things, right? You do understand that they've been uncovering it forever. There's just a lot of other stuff going on.
Right there for everybody to see. I'll give you a crazy statistic. We closed down 800 fraudulent hospice centers. Think about this. If you're running a business and the federal government closes down your main source of revenue, do you write a letter? Do you make a phone call? 780 of those that we've closed down, we haven't even heard a single thing from anybody. That's how bad the fraud is. They can't even make an argument that they weren't engaged in fraud, so to the point that when we shut them down, they wouldn't even pick up the phone and try to turn those services back on. We've just looked where nobody else has been looking, whether it's Gavin Newsom or anybody else. And by the way, Kaylee, one of the things that we're trying to take very seriously, we're not going to prejudge the legal outcome, but when you tell me that, when I hear about a report that says to the governor, here's all this fraud, and he doesn't do anything about it, I ask myself, was anybody engaged in criminal wrongdoing? Was anybody in his office engaged in criminal wrongdoing? Again, I'm not going to say yes, but I am going to promise the American people we're going to look into that stuff, we're going to investigate it, and we're going to take it seriously, because if there was criminal wrongdoing, then people ought to go to prison for it.
I understand the facts have to match the law.
Exactly.
I understand you're not the DOJ. But state level, state official prosecutions, I mean, you're taking this seriously, that you will follow the facts here.
100%. In Minnesota, in California, and a number of the other states where some of which we've gotten started, some of which we haven't even gotten started yet, we are aggressively investigating. Let me give you just one statistic, something I'm very proud of, because I think it shows the pace of DOJ. And the Attorney General, Todd Blanche, is working with us. He's doing a great job. Is normally it would take, you discover the fraud in Minneapolis, it would take 6 months to go from that discovery to any kind of legal process. We served 22 subpoenas 2 months after that fraud ring was discovered in Minneapolis at the federal level. We're investigating this stuff aggressively. Again, we're not the Biden administration. We don't prejudge the outcome, but I guarantee, unless something crazy is going on, I guarantee there's going to be some criminal wrongdoing that we're going to find, because there's so much wrongdoing. Somebody had to know what they were doing.
Staying once more on the topic of prosecutions, there's also a 2019 report from the Office of the Inspector General in Minnesota that is Tim Walz's time. And there's a whistleblower report in there. And the whistleblower said this. He was an investigator. He said it is a near certainty that at least a percentage of the fraud proceeds in Minnesota go overseas and are being siphoned off by one or more designated terrorist organizations. John Yoo, who worked in the Bush DOJ, told me that this should be given to the DOJ Counterterrorism and National Security Division. We need to know who transferred the money, if was anyone aiding and abetting, because that could be material support for terrorism. Is that the level of detail that you expect this administration
Absolutely.
to look at?
That's a great idea. I haven't heard that, but we will immediately take that to the team because that should be a counterterrorism investigation. And this drives home something that I've loved about working on this fraud task force is, yeah, we've got a lot of resources and we're working very hard on this. Some of the best stuff, whether it's Nick Shirley or whether it's you raising that with me, citizens have a role to play in this. We've actually set up a fraud hotline where people can call in and suggest that maybe they're seeing things that are not totally above board, because to fix this problem, it's so deep-seated, it's so broad. We actually need everybody to raise this stuff. We need citizen journalists. We need, Fox News reporters. We need everybody to be asking ourselves the question, how do we root out this fraud? Because it's hard to fathom. You pay your taxes and it goes to a terrorist when your country is trying to prevent those terrorists from killing your fellow Americans. It is shocking, but it's the sort of thing that happens when the federal government turns a blind eye to this stuff.
It's stunning, and to know about that since 2019. Has Governor Gavin Newsom contacted you to assist you?
I think the only contact we've had with Gavin Newsom so far is him telling us that we're not allowed to stop the fraud, or in fact trying to sue us to stop the fraud. So no, we have not had a positive relationship with Gavin Newsom on this. But Kaylee, I say this with all transparency. I would love for that to change. I would love it if Gavin Newsom had a come to Jesus moment and said, you know what, I'm going to take this fraud issue seriously, because we would work with him. We've said that to everybody, Democrat or Republican. We want to work with you to root out the fraud, but you've actually got to help us out. Let me give you another crazy example. Do you know, I didn't know this until a couple of months ago, so no shame, that when your government gives out, let's say, $7 billion to California for food stamp benefits, it doesn't know a single recipient of those food stamps. Not a one, because it's block granted to the states, and then we trust the states that they're going to police fraud themselves. We have not gotten any help from Gavin Newsom or a number of other blue states when we're trying to police to make sure that dead people don't get SNAP benefits, to make sure that these food benefits go to low-income kids. That's what they're there for, not to fraudsters. We'd love to have that cooperation, but so far, not yet.
And final question, has Tim Walz contacted you?
No, Tim Walz has not contacted me. I did see that he took credit when we did those 22 subpoenas that I mentioned, that the investigations that we're doing for the anti-fraud stuff in Minneapolis. Tim Walz did take credit for it, even though Tim Walz has not helped us at all. We've gotten some cooperation from local authorities, but from the governor's office, we really haven't gotten that cooperation. Again, we'd love to have it. This is so much easier when we work, whether it's a blue or red state, when we have the governors cooperating with us, and we do have that in some places. It goes a lot quicker, but we're going to go after fraud regardless if people are helping us or not.
Easier when it's bipartisan.
Exactly.
Yeah, makes sense. Thank you.
Let's say you woke up with a sore throat and fever. You can wait to see a doctor, or you can sit in a crowded urgent care, or with the medical emergency kit, just match your symptoms to your prescription with your guidebook to feel better fast. Prescribed to you online, your kit treats dozens of common and serious medical issues like strep throat, sinus infection, vomiting, UTIs, and much more. It is like having an urgent care in your home.
Visit urgentcarekit.com/USA. Promo code USA.
Ah, I was on mute that whole time. You guys all better laugh at me. I'm sitting there going, man, not yet. I can't have this. I just read a whole article to you guys. Vance was named chair of anti-fraud task force focused on rooting out alleged fraud in states, including California and Minnesota. On Wednesday, the vice president, alongside Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, Dr. Oz, announced the administration would defer $1.3 billion in federal Medicaid funding to California due to oversight concerns. Now, I skipped a part because obviously I was muted. JD Vance warns blue state officials could face prison over billion-dollar fraud epidemic. And I just wanted to point out, it's not just blue states. Like I said, I am in the red state. I am in Ohio. We are a red state, and we've got more fraud than most of the country. So at this point, it's blue cities. I think they should have said blue cities instead of states. How you doing, Candy? I missed you. Love you. How you doing? Man, that just blows my whole thing. I had almost 200 people in here. I'm sitting here reading to nobody. Oh, man, that's horrible. All right, let me get back to it, I guess, so I can lead on to what I was just going to show it. So anyways, Vance said federal government has shut down fraud. This is what really pissed me off right here, dude. So Vance said federal has shut down fraudulent hospice centers. Now think about this. 22 people were subpoenaed due to alleged fraud, right? In California, they had a fraudulent hospice center. They were taking elderly that were not sick, and they were sticking them in hospice. $300 a month. That was going on during the pandemic. So, you guys got to want to get this stuff nipped. I can't understand anybody in this chat or anybody that's watching that thinks that this is acceptable no matter what country you're in. Like, legit, no matter what country you're in. I don't know how this is acceptable. But, so I'm gonna show the actual press here in a second. I just wanted to break it down for you real fast. Vance said the federal government has shut down fraudulent hospice centers and issued 22 subpoenas tied to alleged fraud ring in Minneapolis. The task force also announced a 6-month freeze on new Medicare enrollments for hospice and home care providers. Now he says state officials who knew about fraud and failed to act should face consequences, which I believe. Now we're talking about state officials. When I hear about a report that says to the governor, here's all this fraud, and he doesn't do anything about it, I ask myself, was anybody engaged in criminal wrongdoing? I think everybody here knows that if the governor knows about billions of dollars and fraud, he's in on it. Come on, guys. You guys blame Trump for everything. You guys can't have it both ways. And I'm telling you, I'm with you guys. Trump isn't perfect. But we got to call a spade, and both sides are spades. And honestly, Gavin Newsom, fraud, all of it is fraud. How do you even believe any of this anymore other than I could tell you from experience, the Somalian part of it all is real. It's real. That's not like a, it's not, dude, why did they come up with the Nick Shirley Act? What? We don't want you to uncover fraud? Are you for real? You don't want us to uncover fraud. I get it. All right. That's where we're going with this. Anyways, I am going to promise American people we're going to look at that stuff. We're going to investigate it, blah, 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 blah. Here we go. Spokesman for Governor Gavin Newsom's office fired back at Vance's comments, telling Fox News Digital that California has been working long to root out fraud. Sure it has. It really has, I'm sure. Tackling fraud is nothing new to California, which is why Governor Newsom implemented a moratorium on all new hospice provider license back to in 2022, right in the middle of you know what, you guys, to root out fraud while preventing bad actors from entering the system. We're glad to see the Trump administration follow California's lead on this. So, look, dude, liberals, if you don't like it, I don't know what to tell you, but it's happening in your own state, your cities. I can't really say state, but I would say cities. I don't know what to tell you. It's happening in my own. Exactly, Luke. We're living in a corrupt world. It's not, look, dude, I'm in Ohio. We're red, bro. There's like 80 something counties, and like 80 of them are freaking, or 78 of them or something are red, bro. But yet all the blue runs our state because it's the cities. It's crazy, dude. It's crazy how it's all going down, man. You know, all of it. So let's go ahead and go see what JD Vance said at the White House. And I'll get back with y'all. Let's see here. Let's see what he said. Here's his speech from the other day on this topic. Hit the like, share, sub. Thanks everybody for popping in. Katie, I love seeing your name in here. I missed you.
And everybody, how we doing? Good. As you know, the president just landed in China a few hours ago.
Here it is.
You know, you may know that because of Secret Service protocols that I don't travel outside of the country with the president of the United States. So on days today, I sometimes feel like Macaulay Culkin in Home Alone. I walk into the White House and it's very quiet and no one's there. And it takes me a second to realize exactly what's going on. But we've got a very big announcement today, actually a number of big announcements, and looking forward to hearing from Andrew and Dr. Oz and Kim about that. But let me just say that we've been hard at work over the last several months trying to make sure that we take care of the people's money and trying to make sure that the services that exist for the betterment of our fellow citizens, whether they're low-income kids who need access to food resources, whether they're low-income families who need access to medical benefits, that those programs are protected for the people who actually need them, that they don't exist to enrich fraudsters, but they exist for the American people for whom Congress has said they're entitled. And that's exactly what this fraud task force is about. One of the things that I thought going into it, but that I've learned about fraud, is that it always has two fundamental victims. The first victim is the American taxpayer, who is generously paid into these programs in an effort to give their fellow citizens a leg up. But it also has as its victims the people who are meant to benefit from these programs, who are not able to benefit, or maybe are benefiting less because of what a disaster some of the fraud has wrought in these programs. And let me just give you a few concrete examples of what we're worried about, of what we're targeting, and also what we're going to do to solve some of these problems. So first, we're announcing that the federal government is deferring $1.3 billion in Medicaid reimbursements from the state of California. And the simple reason is because the state of California has not taken fraud very seriously. And because of that, we see a lot of the consequences that I just referenced. And again, let me highlight the fact that this really is two separate victims. So there are California taxpayers and American taxpayers who are being defrauded because California isn't taking its program seriously. But also you have people who've been prescribed medications that they don't even need. Sometimes they've had drugs put into their bodies that they don't need because fraudsters have actually encouraged false prescriptions and false administration of medications. So think about this. You're just a person trying to go see a doctor. You assume that your doctor is doing the right thing, but these fraudulent healthcare providers are getting rich by giving people medications they don't even need. It's a defrauding of the American taxpayer, but it's a violation of the trust that should exist between every American and the people who prescribe the medications. That's one thing that we're targeting. And this is why we're taking this action, is because we want California to get serious about this fraud. The second thing I want to talk about, and it requires a little bit of background explanation, is that we are going to very aggressively encourage the states to take Medicare fraud more seriously. So I think a lot of you understand, but for those of you watching at home who don't appreciate this, the Medicaid system that exists in the United States is really 50 separate systems. The federal government pays most of the Medicaid money, but then each of the individual states actually administers the Medicaid program. Now, we have red states and blue states that go after fraud aggressively, but we also unfortunately have some states, mostly blue states, unfortunately, that do not take Medicaid fraud very seriously. So you have what's called Medicaid Fraud Control Units, or MFCUs. These Medicaid fraud, these anti-fraud units within the Medicaid program, we generously, meaning the federal government generously gives these fraud control units many, many billions of dollars across the United States of America so that they can take Medicaid fraud seriously. But let me just give you an example to highlight how absurd some of these Medicaid fraud programs are, because they're not actually being used at all. This is a tool. This is a tool that we want the states to use, but unfortunately, a lot of states aren't using these tools at all. Let me highlight this with just a couple of separate statistics. So the Hawaii Medicaid program has received billions and billions of dollars from the federal taxpayers. And of course, Hawaii taxpayers have paid in a lot of money into this program over the last years as well. Guess how many convictions or indictments has Hawaii had over the last few years in its Medicaid fraud program? The answer is 0. Not a single indictment, not a single conviction, because the administrators of the Hawaii program just don't take it seriously. They don't think that fraud is a big enough problem. They don't care about protecting resources. They don't care about protecting that Medicaid program. So what does that mean? That means that if you're committing fraud in Medicaid in Hawaii, at least up until now, hopefully now they're going to take it seriously, you have had effectively free reign from the government of Hawaii to commit as much fraud as you want. That is a complete disgrace. In New York, which does a little bit better, but not by much, New York has had 9 indictments over the last year. 9 indictments. That's a $100 billion Medicaid program just in New York, and you've had 9 indictments. Indiana, which has about a third of the population of the state of New York, has had more than 4 times as many indictments over the same period. So does anybody here seriously think that the good people of Indiana are 12 times more likely to commit fraud than the people of New York? No, of course not. That's absurd. What is happening is that the leadership in New York are just not taking the fraud issue seriously. They're not using these anti-fraud control units to actually investigate and indict the fraud. So what are we going to do to fix that? Today, we are sending across 50 Medicaid programs, we are sending letters that will require them to show that they are effectively and aggressively prosecuting Medicaid fraud in their states. And if they do not aggressively prosecute Medicaid fraud, we are going to turn off the money that goes to these anti-fraud units. And I want to say a couple things about this. You may think, obviously, this is a Republican administration. We're all proud Republicans up here. You may think that this is purely a red state or blue state issue. That's actually not true. We see Medicaid fraud issues in Ohio, the state that I used to represent in the United States Senate. We also see Medicaid issues, fraud issues in a state like Maryland, which is obviously a very blue state. But both Ohio and Maryland have worked with us to take this issue seriously. They've worked with the guys behind me. They've worked with our entire team to make sure that they take fraud seriously. Again, this does not have to be a red state or a blue state issue. This is just basic good government. However, states like California, states like Hawaii, states like New York have completely not taken the fraud issue seriously in the Medicaid program. And so for those states that refuse to get serious about fraud, we are going to turn off that anti-fraud money. And if we continue to find problems, we can turn off other resources within their state Medicaid programs as well. Our goal here is not to do that. We don't want to turn off any money. What we want to do is ensure that people are taking fraud seriously. We want to protect Medicaid. We want to protect Medicare. But we can't do that if the states that are administering those programs are allowing those programs to be fleeced by fraudsters. So we use technology and other tools to get rid of the fraud, to get to the root of the fraud. We want to help you. But we can only help these state programs if those state programs are willing to help themselves. So these letters are the first step the first effort to try to force these states to get serious about prosecuting fraud, and that's exactly what we're doing. Let me just talk about one final issue here. We see a lot of fraud in the home health care and in the hospice care system. I think Dr. Oz will probably talk a little bit more about that. But again, you have to appreciate that this fraud issue is fundamentally theft from the taxpayer, but also theft from people who need these programs. Just last month, a California psychotherapist, a woman who had spent 40 years treating patients, helping people deal with problems, found out that her Medicare program had been turned off, that she did not have access to the resources that she had been paying into for her entire life. Why? Because a fraudster had stolen her identity and signed her up for healthcare services that she didn't need, and so she had been turned off of the healthcare services that she did need. This happens way too much in the United States of America, and it happens because until recently, we did not have a government or an administration that actually took the fraud program and took anti-fraud prevention seriously. So let me just close with one final observation here. First of all, why are we doing this now? Why weren't we doing this 2 years ago? And the simple answer is because we didn't have a president and we didn't have an administration who took fraud seriously. So I want to thank the President of the United States, though I know he's busy in China. All of these efforts, all of these things that we're finding are because we have a president who has told us, take the fraud issue seriously, get to the root of it, and turn off the money when we find out that money is going to fraudsters. So that's exactly what we're doing. But I just want to say that for me, and I think for a lot of people who are involved in this effort, this is very personal, because I'm not just the Vice President of the United States. I come from a family, and I grew up in a family where we sometimes benefited from these programs. The generosity of the American people is one of the most amazing things about our country. I think all of us, of course, just passed tax day. None of us like paying our taxes, but we do it. And why do we do it? Because we know that it goes to give a bite to a low-income family that can't afford food. We know that it goes to pay the military who keep us safe. We know that it goes to some essential services. But that trust in our government, that trust in our institution, it depends on us taking that trust seriously. How long are people going to pay into programs if they know that that money doesn't go to a low-income kid who needs health care, but that money goes into a fraudster getting rich? This doesn't work, and this doesn't make sense unless we take fraud seriously. So I'm proud to be part of an effort in our government. I'm proud to lead the effort in our government to finally take fraud seriously. We want to protect these programs for the kids and the families who need them. We want to ensure that the American taxpayer isn't getting fleeced. And I'd say just a few months into it, gentlemen, we have done a very, very good job. Let's keep it up. So let me turn it over now to Andrew Ferguson, who's the executive director of our anti-fraud task force. Andrew has done an amazing job, but I have to give a special shout out, not just because she's my fellow Ohioan, to Kim, who has probably found more fraud and has saved the American taxpayer more money than any single official within the government over the last 3 months. Kim, you have been an all-star. We're proud to have you on the team. Thank you, guys.
Well, I couldn't have put it better than the vice president did. The only reason that what happened today happened is because President Donald Trump took this issue seriously that has plagued this country for decades and is committed to an all-of-government approach. And so to him is to who the credit goes. But the vice president deserves tremendous credit here. It's hard to get the whole machinery of government moving. You need someone with the vice president's abilities, with his gravitas, and with his determination to drive at these issues. That's the other reason we're here today. And while I'm at it, I want to thank Dr. Oz and Kim Brandt. A lot of the fraud problems are at HHS, and these two have committed countless hours, night and day, their staffs, their resources to getting at these problems and fixing it. And where the states are unwilling to do their jobs and fix these problems, Dr. Oz and Kim have stepped up to take care of it. He's not up here today, but I want to thank March Bell as well. He's the Inspector General of HHS. A lot of the work we're going to have to do to get this back in line and stopping fraud is going to go through March's office. That you'll see his signature on the letter that went to the state Medicaid control units today. There's going to be a lot of work happening in the IG's office, and we're really pleased to partner with him. It's a shame we have to be up here at all, and with all due respect to the press, with this room full of reporters. It should not have taken a brave kid with a cell phone camera to point the American people at this issue. This is the result of decades of corruption particularly in blue states like Hawaii, like the vice president was just explaining, California, Minnesota, and New York, that have taken tens of billions of dollars to pay lawyers to go after Medicaid fraud that just simply have not done it at all. That's the whole point of these programs. If we have these cooperative federalism programs, we love federalism, we want to partner with states, we love subsidiarity, but if the states are going to participate in this, they have to protect their own citizens when they get access to these dollars. And not only are these dollars supposed to go to fight Medicaid fraud, I want to shine a light on the real human dimension of the complete negligence and malfeasance of some of these states here. One of the things they are obliged by law to do is stop elder abuse. That is one of the express commands that Medicaid fraud control units are given, is you are supposed to police Medicaid abuse and elder abuse in the Medicare system too, where so many of America's elderly citizens receive care. And so when the states just take this money and turn it into a jobs program for blue state lawyers, they are effectively participating in the elder abuse in those states, because the American people turned over their money to these state programs to protect their parents and their grandparents from elder abuse. And if you aren't doing it, you are effectively participating in that process. The vice president highlighted this problem that we have in Medicaid, which is if a fraudster takes your identity, signs you up for benefits, when you go to try to get the actual benefits you need, you can be denied them. This is a problem we have found all over the federal government in benefits programs. I mean, imagine, we have examples of this. A mother on SNAP benefits going to the grocery store and trying to scan her EBT card to get groceries for her children. And some gang somewhere in California took her identity, maxed out her EBT card, and so her children are going to go hungry because of fraud that no one in the states is policing. And that is why what we are doing today is so important. The states should be our partners with this. We want to partner with the states, but what we aren't going to do as stewards of the American taxpayer dollar is to send those dollars, billions of them, to the states to line the pockets of state attorneys general who don't want to participate in protecting our benefits programs so that the people who really need them, the people that the American people have agreed to part with their hard-earned dollars to help, to defend, to protect, and to get through hard times, actually get the money. And if the states don't want to cooperate, for the first time, HHS, the fraud task force, the vice president, and the rest of the federal government are going to tell you, cooperate or lose your funds, and we will do the job for you. Because at the end of the day, if the states won't protect American citizens, the president of the United States and the vice president will. And that is why I am so honored to be able to participate in this process, because this is ultimately about making sure not only that we aren't stolen from as taxpayers, but the American people who are entitled to this. For Medicaid and for Medicare, people who have paid into these programs their entire lives actually get the benefits that they are entitled to. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Oz to talk about all of the efforts at HHS.
Thank you, Andrew. Mr. Vice President, thank you for the leadership, the spirited desire to harness a group of stallions. They're back there, by the way, if you want to see the men and women who are leading the task force, they're at the back of the room, but they've done all the work that allowed us to come up here. In February, we had the largest anti-fraud announcement from CMS the day after the State of the Union address, in which the president created this task force and appointed the vice president to lead it. Today's effort is larger. It's much larger. And there's a reason for that. Half of the fraud, we believe, in the federal government could be coming out of healthcare services. We're a large rhino that can be stabbed effortlessly by foreign governments, like syndicated criminal entities and smaller time operators who can take advantage of the system with, as Andrew pointed out, as little as a Medicare beneficiary number, which is basically a credit card, to defraud this system. Unfortunately, that results in about $100 billion of estimated theft just from Medicare and Medicaid. That, just to put it in the context of affordability, which is a very important subtext of this discussion, we would be able to double the life expectancy of the Medicare Trust Fund if we could deal with the fraud issues just in Medicare. So anyone who's out there working their tail off, hoping Medicare will be there with them and for them, and we know many young Americans don't think that's going to be the case, it will be the case. If we take the fraud out, it'll be there for you and your children as well. And stopping this as a means of extending the Medicare Trust Fund is a noble purpose, but as is pointed out by the Vice President, and Mr. Ferguson, is about the human costs. Because if these fraudsters are willing to take your money, they will definitely steal your life and take your health along the way. So let's transition to the 5 major actions. We'll go through them in order. I'll share them with Kim, who her nickname is Killer Kim. Mr. Vice President, you'll learn why in a second. She is unstoppable, and you want federal employees like Kim out there like bulldogs going after this fraud. It's right there for us to find. If we have partnership with the states, it'll help a lot. First,
We need a better nickname for her if she's going to work in healthcare.
she's a Buckeye. She's a Buckeye, so I gave her a choice. Is that a typical name in Ohio?
I don't know.
Okay. California Medicaid deferral that the Vice President mentioned is $1.34 billion. Their submissions of Medicare records and the backup estimates are generating major red flags for us. And we have looked carefully at these records. We are allowed to audit, looking back for a quarter. Dan Brillman, Caprice Knapp, who lead the Medicaid program, spearheaded this effort with a great team. We've discovered $630 million in billing from the folks who are egregiously the top 5% of outliers in billing. This is numbers so big, you can't imagine anyone billing for these numbers of patients and that much for each patient. And so we're asking California to clarify for us how it got there. Second big area of observation is when you bill within a state, you should be comparable to the states around you. But in California, that's not been the case. In California, the growth of spending in personal care services, in-home services, is twice the rate of the average of the rest of the country. Let me say that again. The rest of the country is at one number. California is twice that number in its growth rate. We estimate there's $500 million that could be at risk, taken from federal taxpayers. That means people in New Mexico, which is a blue state, are paying extra taxes so that California can get away with something that they can't defend. So there's $500 million there we're going to defer to. They can show us more convincingly why that's the case. And there's another $200 million that we're stopping in questionable expenditures. Much of that is linked to immigration-related costs. You know, folks who are undocumented, and we're not sure why we're paying for this. And as you know from the Working Families Tax Cut legislation, which I'm going to emphasize is a program that saved Medicaid. The President and Congress saved Medicaid with that bill. That became legislation. There's another $200 million at risk there. Added together, $1.34 billion. It's the largest deferral we've ever made. We're making it for a good reason. We'd like the state to at least come to the table and explain to us how these outlier payments have been generated. Second major issue is home healthcare fraud and hospice fraud. So let's just clear this up. Hospice, end of life, designed 40 years ago, a beautiful program that's designed to take care of you because you have cancer and you're not going to survive more than 6 months. To do that, the federal government says, we're going to trade your Medicare benefit for hospice benefit. So you give up Medicare, because why would you want to have coverage for things you're never going to use? You're dying. You want to die with dignity and grace. It's a beautiful program. Unfortunately, in California and other states, fraudsters have stolen your Medicare number, taken it and given you hospice you didn't want, which means if you get sick and go to the ER, you're not getting care. And you can't even find out what happened because you weren't in the mix of this. There have been a lot of people complaining about this over the years, including people that should have been listened to, like the Auditor General of California, who in 2022 raised this issue to the current governor, and for some reason they have not taken action. Unfortunately, we have a reality that, again, we got to face. A third of all hospices, a third of all these programs in the entire country are in Los Angeles. Ask yourself, how is that possible? It's not. There are not that many people dying in Los Angeles. We're not talking about California, just Los Angeles. So Kim and the team, with Janina Ugo and a bunch of other great folks, went through the list of all the people, and we believe that at least half of the hospices in the entire area around Los Angeles are fraudulent. And today we announced 800 of those hospices have been suspended. That's getting us, close to where we think we should be. 800 hospices that last year charged the federal taxpayer $1.4 billion will no longer be paid. Mr. Vice President, if your core business was shut down by the federal government, would you call?
Yes.
You would call. Crickets. We have less than 20 who have complained. We're not even sure those are legitimate. 800 hospices shut down, and we're not hearing much. It's crickets out there. So we believe we're on the right path here. Next is a nationwide moratorium on all new hospice and home health care. Why is that possible? Because when we squeeze the balloon in California and slow their growth of hospice and now take away 800 the payments to 800 hospices. We know what those fraudsters do. They move to nearby Nevada. Next door, Nevada has a 7-fold increase in hospice already. Arizona, Texas, they're moving across the country. So we've today announcing a moratorium nationally. There will be no new hospices or home health care open in this country. If you have the program now, you can keep it. You can go to ones that already exist. We're not taking away any services, but there will be no new licenses granted until we can figure out a better way of working across government. Let me highlight this, because when Andrew, who's leading, and the vice president are chairing this task force, it's very simple. You have CMS, you have OIG, March Bell sitting over there. You have the Department of Justice, you have the FBI, you have Treasury. You put those things together, you make a powerful fist. And that's the fist we're going to punch through bureaucracies and realities that are stopping our ability to protect the American people. I'm going to leave you one last thought, and then I want to ask Kim to cover some of the issues around the Mafukos and the Medicaid war room that she's creating. It is a reality that states are all over the place in their desire to partner with the vice president in this task force. There was a letter sent out 2 weeks ago asking every single state to respond within 10 days to whether or not they will be willing to revalidate their providers. What that means is if you're providing home health care services, which are unlicensed people providing services in undocumented areas that are unverifiable right now in many instances, basically you're having your kids carry the groceries upstairs for you. These are services your family used to provide for you. We asked all the states to work with us to validate if these are legitimate services from legitimate providers. Every single state responded. So contrary to the narrative around red and blue, every state wants to protect their citizens. Some are just more competent or brave enough to actually make those steps. And for some reasons, as you heard today, California has been lax in this endeavor. We hope this wake-up call will be heard loudly across the beautiful state of California, whose people we're trying to protect, sometimes from their own leaders. Kim?
So when we took office a little over a year ago, we were looking at the fraud and abuse issue and saw that it was all pay and chase. We were going after the money after it was already out the door. And so we thought there surely has to be a better way. So we created the Medicare fraud war room, where we looked at claims in real time before they were paid so that we could determine, were they legitimate? Were there the outliers that we've heard examples of today? And how could we stop it? Over the past year, since the Medicare War Room started on March 31st of last year, we have stopped over $2 billion from going out the door just by targeting those high-risk providers. Recently, a couple of weeks ago, we've decided to take it a step further, and we're now doing a Medicaid war room. And what's unique about this is it's the first time that we've ever partnered across the board with our law enforcement partners, the HHS OIG, DOJ, the states, the MFUCAs, the Medicare Fraud Control Units, all working together for the first time to look at Medicaid claims in real time and be able to determine how we can stop those payments from going out the door, to stop the instances of an 89-year-old woman who had over 5,000 skin substitutes, or to stop the types of things that are just really aberrantly ridiculous. So what we've done is we have data analysts, we have forensic auditors, we have law enforcement people, all coming together in a virtual room. It's not an actual room like you think of like on TV, but they're all in a virtual room where they are looking at this in real time and then making determinations about how we can shut those bad guys down and how we can take action. And what has happened is we are now using our administrative authorities, payment suspensions, overpayments, civil monetary penalties, and the HHS OIG exclusion authority to really be able to take action against these people and make it so that we can hopefully bring that money back where it needs to and never let it go out the door. The key is we want to keep it so that it can provide the services for the people who most need it and who most benefit from it, and stop the bad actors from getting all the benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. So Dr. Oz, I want to make sure I understand this well. So you're saying that we kicked off 800 fraudulent healthcare providers off of the Medicare system, and not a single one of them called the government and said, hey, you made a mistake.
We've had a handful of calls. We're not sure they're legitimate yet, but it's less than 20 out of 800, and we're auditing them.
Unbelievable. So at least 780 are not even trying to claim that they're not fraudulent. And again, those are businesses that we were giving hundreds of millions, in some cases billions of dollars to, not to provide services, but to make a fraudster rich. It's just completely insane. Drives home the scale and scope of the problem. Okay, we'll take a few questions. I will say the ground rules are, I will take the easy questions. Any hard questions are for Dr. Oz. Yes.
Alba with NBC News. I want to ask you first on the issue of fraud. As you're saying, if the administration is calling to specifically withhold Medicaid payments, why should the people who rely on those payments suffer the consequences for a state's failure to go after bad actors? And I have another question for you.
So I want to be clear here. We're talking about withholding the Medicaid fraud enforcement payments that go to the state bureaucrats. We're not talking about withholding people's benefits. We're talking about turning off the resources that the state government should be using to police fraud. And then instead, we're going to use those resources ourselves because we're actually taking the fraud issue very seriously. But I do think it raises a very important issue. There are going to be some, I'm sure, some politicians who say what you're doing here is harming the Medicaid program. We're trying to save the Medicaid program from dysfunctional state bureaucrats. If you allow hundreds of millions, billions, even more money to go out the door, not to healthcare services for low-income families, but to fraudsters, you eventually are going to destroy the Medicaid program. So this is why we say red state, blue state, this does not need to be a political or a partisan issue. We want to work with you to eliminate fraud and make these programs last longer for the people who truly need them.
Thank you. And can I ask you, Mr. Vice President, when approaching the war with Iran, do you agree with the president's position that Americans' financial situations should not be a consideration in that decision-making process?
Well, I don't think the president said that. I think that's a misrepresentation of what the president said. But look, I agree with the president that Iran should not have a nuclear weapon. We're obviously engaged in a very aggressive and very engaged diplomatic process to try to ensure that that doesn't happen. And the president has a lot of options, as he said repeatedly. There are options diplomatically, there are options on the military side. But the fundamental goal here is the president wants to make the world safe, but particularly the American people safe from Iran having a nuclear weapon. And one final point I'll say on that is nuclear proliferation is one of those challenges that people don't realize. It's the biggest threat to America's national security, and it's not obvious until it is. Because what happens if Iran gets a nuclear weapon? Then multiple Gulf Arab countries are going to want to get a nuclear weapon. Then multiple countries from there are going to want to get a nuclear weapon. The goal of preventing nuclear proliferation is probably the single most important thing that we can do to keep our people safe for the long term. It's absolutely a worthy goal. But of course, the president and I and the entire team, we care about the American people's financial situations. It's one of the reasons why we passed the working families tax cut. It's one of the reasons why we're so focused on fraud. We care about how the American people are doing economically. We've also got a number of other challenges. Of course, the president has to confront all these challenges simultaneously. Yeah.
Edward Lawrence from Fox Business. On fraud, the savings that you find among all of these states, what impact could that have on a federal deficit?
Well, I think it'd have a very big impact, but a lot of it does depend on how well the states work with us. We think we're going to be much more effective if we're working with California as opposed to fighting California over every $1 billion of Medicaid fraud that exists in their system. I mean, there could be tens of billions, hundreds of billions of fraudulent payments within the California system. If you count what's going to illegal aliens, if you count what's going to people, fraudulent businesses, if you count what's not going to the people who actually need it, but going to fraudsters, we would find that money a lot easier if California was working with us, which is why we've taken some of these steps. And the letters fundamentally are outreach. We're going to the states and saying, here are the things that we can do to work on this issue together. And of course, if they don't work with us, there are going to be penalties. We don't want to get there. We want to work with these guys. You heard Dr. Oz say this earlier. I've looked at the numbers myself. It's true. If you just deal with the fraud issue, you can prolong the Medicare and Medicaid trust funds well into the future. So it does have a significant budgetary impact, whether that's hundreds of billions of dollars or maybe even more. We're not going to know until we do the work, but we're going to do the work.
Yeah, if I could on China,
let's do one question from each person. Go ahead. We can do both, you guys. You guys can fight for who goes first.
Sure. Mr. Vice President, Reagan Reese with the Daily Caller. What's your reaction to the alleged home health fraud in Ohio, and why do you think this is happening in a red state? And just a question of clarification. You mentioned that some states aren't cooperating. What does that look like? Are they not responding to your calls? Are they stonewalling you guys? If you could expand on that.
So I'll let Dr. Oz go into the details a little bit, but on the Ohio issue in particular, look, this happens everywhere. We're a big country, hundreds of billions of dollars goes out the door every single month from the federal government. And inevitably, you're going to have people who try to take advantage of it. What bothers me is not that you have a few fraudsters out there. It's that the government hasn't taken seriously pushing it back. You're always going to have bad people. You're always going to have a few bad apples try to take advantage of the system. What's so unique about this country until recently is that we didn't take that seriously. We didn't try to push back against the fraud, and that's what's changed. When I talk about cooperating with these various states, and again, we've had some good cooperation with both red states and blue states, it's very context specific. But for example, let's say that we know we have a number of fraudulent Medicare or Medicaid providers. Working with the federal government to identify who those are, to kick them off the rolls so that when those companies, those fraudulent companies submit a reimbursement, they don't actually get any money in return. Now, sometimes the federal government has a better perspective on that. Sometimes the states do, but that's one example of ensuring that local providers that are fraudulent are not able to get reimbursed or not able to get access to the resources. That's just one example. Dr. Oz, I'm sure you probably have 100 more in that brain of yours.
Very succinctly, Minnesota, which we announced the deferment there when the Vice President and I were in this room several months ago, sued us. And we're trying to get them to wake up to a problem. The amount that we deferred was a small percentage of their rainy day fund. Now, they sued us and sought a temporary restraining order. That's not what a partner does. The judge did not give them a temporary restraining order. We're going to California now in part because we couldn't get them to respond on things that we think they should have taken proactive steps on. If they've been warned for at least 4 years by their own auditor general that there's a massive problem with hospice and they don't deal with it, it pollutes the entire ecosystem. It creates corruption that rots the foundation of who we are. So on the 19th of December, after it had gone through all the different processes, the State Department of Health in California was going to mandate by the first of the year that you cannot have more than one hospice per provider. This is a red flag issue. Why would a doctor need to have 20 hospices? Have one hospice, do it right. They do 20 hospices because they're taking bribes, they're selling their license and their soul. For reasons we don't understand, and I'd love to pose that right here to the state of California, someone very senior in their government pulled down that rule, never let it issue, and we never got help from them. That's why we went out the first week of January to say, what's going on here? And we find out that, as Vice President mentioned, the Medicare fraud detection units sometimes are not being enabled to do their jobs. These are the kinds of behaviors that people take when they're trying to hide the ball. And question I'd love to ask the media to opine amongst yourselves, we're debating it as a task force, is do the governors always feel that fraud in Medicaid is a flaw? Or are there sometimes some reasons why it might be a benefit, might be a feature of the way they're running Medicaid? The same way we had to stop legalized money laundering through state-directed payments and provider taxes and the Working Families Tax Cut legislation, we are concerned that some governors see these programs as jobs programs, and their downstream impact of that resembles political patronage that we're very serious about.
Mr. Vice President, thank you so much. Leonardo Feldman with Newsweek. Can you tell me a little bit about, the president has been toying this idea of a joint ticket between you and Rubio. What do you think about that?
Oh, man. What I think is there are a few topics that I want to talk about less than what office I'm going to run for years down the road when I'm having a good time and trying to do good work in the job that the American people already elected me to do. Look, as I've answered this question probably in any number of ways. I love Marco. I think he's a great Secretary of State. He's become a very, very dear friend. But I think both of us are very much focused on accomplishing the American people's business right now. If I was the American people, there are a few things that I would hate more than a person who's barely been in one office for a year and a half, who's angling for a job 2.5 years down the road. Let's do a good job now. We just got to keep at it. Go ahead.
Just a quick follow-up on that.
Oh, God.
Just quick. I have a fraud question. This is Kit with CNN. It's not us who are bringing this up. A couple of days ago, Trump made this statement to people in the Rose Garden. Why do you think he does that? Do you think it's a little bit of toying with you both over your succession? Why do you think he brings that up? Just number one.
Well, I just don't think it sounds like the president of the United States to have a televised competition for who would succeed him as his apprentice. I just think that's not at all what you would expect the president to do. But no, I think the president, he's always been fascinated by politics. If you talk to him, he was fascinated by politics 30 years before he ever ran for office. So I think it's natural for him to, joke around with us a little bit, to play around with the idea. But I can tell you the president is as focused as any of us on making sure we do as good of a job now for the American people.
What are you going to be announcing, and are you engaging in good faith with the governor there about efforts? She said that she responded to a CMS letter. Just curious if there's any back and forth between you both.
Yeah, there's been some back and forth. We'd love to have a better conversation, a better relationship, and work very deliberately on this question of fraud. and certainly have an open hand, have an open heart in this White House to working with anybody, including the governor of Maine. I'm not going to tell you everything I'm going to say tomorrow in Maine, because if I did that, why would I go to Maine tomorrow? But I'm looking forward to it. It's a beautiful time of year to be in the state of Maine. We're going to campaign a little bit with Paul LePage and talk about the fraud efforts that we have going on, and talk about a few other things as well. Thank you.
Mr. Vice President, this is Elizabeth Mitchell with the Daily Signal. The Fraud Task Force and ICE identified more than 10,000 alleged cases of fraud in the optional practical training program. Some Republicans have been calling for this program to end. In light of this, is the Trump administration looking into changes to this program in light of the fraud?
Sorry, changes to which program in particular?
The optional practical training program.
Yeah, so we're looking into a lot of this stuff. And, you know, the fundamental question obviously is we want to save the American people money, but we're also trying to preserve programs that exist for the benefit of the American people. We're also trying to make sure that we do this in a way that's defensible, that's not going to get challenged in a court, or if it does get challenged in a court, where we can defend things. So Dr. Oz, do you want to say anything about that particular program? We're looking at everything. I will tell you that once a week, I get an update from Andrew and from the team on the number of things that we found in the anti-fraud task force. And it's kind of shocking. You know, people, I go on the road and talk to, you know, a lot of folks out there. I was in Iowa last week, and one of the most common questions I got was, is the anti-fraud thing, is it hard? And I'm almost confused by the question, because unfortunately, there's so much fraud in the federal government. There was so much that we allowed to accumulate over the 4 years of the Biden administration, and frankly, probably over 40 years of bad American governance. There is so much fraud for us to go after. What we're trying to do is go after the highest value targets and the things that preserve these programs for the American people. Yes, sir.
Record, please, with the Federalist. Thank you. You said that administrators they don't care, or that they're neglectful with the funding, but does your team think that there are bureaucrats in federal or state governments who are actually complicit in helping fraudsters?
Well, we think it's possible, right? I don't want to prejudge these things, but we've certainly seen reports of, for example, Gavin Newsom in California or Tim Walz in Minnesota getting these reports that there were fraudulent activities happening in their states and then looking the other way. Whether that rises to the level of criminal conduct, I don't know, but we're certainly looking into it, because as much as we care about protecting these programs, we also care about ensuring that federal and state officers aren't violating the law. And if they are violating the law, then of course we have to prosecute them. That's an important part of equal justice under law. So we're looking into this stuff, but I can't commit to it, because unlike the last administration, we tend to only prosecute people when they've actually violated the law, not just because they have the wrong political affiliation. Yeah, go ahead.
Dead Americans on food stamps. I'll do this again. Dead Americans on food stamps. You mentioned the other day, 186,000 dead Americans, to your knowledge, are receiving food stamps. Are you confident that you can get that number down to zero?
Well, I want to be clear. I don't actually think 186,000 dead Americans are receiving food stamps, because that would be impossible. I don't think that we have 186,000 ghosts walking into the grocery store and achieving benefits. I think that we have people who are claiming that they are getting food stamp benefits. They're using the identity of a dead person. So it's very much a living person. It's a living fraudster who's stealing the identity of a dead American. I just want to be very clear about that. But look, we know this is happening. We think that it's costing the American people hundreds of billions of dollars. By the way, another hidden cost of fraud is that it drives up the cost of goods for everybody. Because if you've got hundreds of billions of dollars chasing food that is going to dead Americans, living fraudsters, that's going to raise costs for everybody. So it actually is one of these things that has multiple victims, including the fact that it's driving up the cost of good for other Americans.
And on the
yes,
China
all the way in
summit,
the back. No, sorry, man. You got two, I think. I really like your jacket, but still only one question. I'm going to stick to my rule here.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Daniel Baldwin, One American News. You spoke a little bit about states cooperating, and that was a big theme the first time you and Dr. Oz came here and spoke to us about the Minnesota Medicare payments.
Sure.
You referenced Maryland as a blue state that's cooperating. You mentioned red states that were cooperating. Have you guys been successful in putting up any guardrails with states that have cooperated thus far, and what do those guardrails look like?
Well, the biggest guardrail is the one that we announced today, which is that if you have all of this money that's going for Medicare fraud prevention or Medicaid fraud prevention and you're not actually using it, we're going to take that money back and use it with our prosecutors and our investigators to ensure that we're actually looking at fraud. And then what that would do eventually is it would allow us to actually engage in some other enforcement actions. If they're not taking the anti-fraud stuff seriously, then there are some additional steps that we can take beyond that. I think the approach that we've tried to take really has been collaborative. We've tried to identify with the states, here are some examples of some very bad fraud. Here are some things that you can do to fix it. Here are some ways that we're willing to use our resources to help you. And again, most states have been pretty good. There have been a few, unfortunately, very large states that collect a lot of money in federal revenue. And I think a lot of us know why that is. You have political leadership that doesn't like the idea of cooperating with a Republican administration, even though it's a very common sense, good government principle. I think you have some people who know that a lot of their constituencies, maybe some of their donors are getting rich from fraud. But regardless, red state or blue state, we're going to go after it. We have to. This is so important. We are not going to have a generous country if Americans think that they're paying their taxes not to needy people, but to fraudsters. That's fundamentally what we're trying to fix, is rebuilding America's trust, that when you pay your taxes, when you send money to a program, it's actually going to the people it's supposed to go to. It's a fundamental principle of good governance. It shouldn't be anything Republican or Democrat. It's just good government. Yep. Go ahead.
Taylor with Spectrum, good to see you.
Good to see you.
You've emphasized a lot how you want this not to be partisan, and you're going to look at red and blue states. The president, when he posted about you becoming the fraud czar last month, he wrote, the focus will be everywhere, but primarily in those blue states where crooked Democrat politicians have had a free-for-all. I'm curious, as you guys have been trying to interact with these states, do you worry that the president's remarks like that undercut the efforts for this not to be partisan, and that could lead to resistance?
No, I don't worry about that, because he's talking about crooked governors. And of course, if you have a crooked governor, they're not going to work with us, and we're going to have to use other tools to ensure that they do. But I think that there are a lot of governors, Democrat and Republican, who recognize that this is a very serious problem, that we're offering resources to try to help solve that problem. And I think a lot of them recognize that, yeah, they've got maybe a few crazy people in very far left states, but most people, most Americans want to solve this problem. And I've actually been gratified by the fact that we've gotten a lot of cooperation from across the political spectrum. One other point about cooperation, we're not there yet, but one of the things we're going to do on the fraud task force is, look, we're learning. We're learning a lot about the way the government operates. I mean, Andrew I almost feel bad for him sometimes, because he comes to me once a week and says, here's this bureaucratic hurdle, or here's a wall that I'm running into that I would have never known even existed until we started to take this fraud stuff very seriously. So we've learned a lot over the last 6 months. We are eventually going to realize that there are tools that we do not have, that there are things that we need to do that Congress is going to have to step in and cooperate on us. I think that's going to be a big question of bipartisanship and common sense, is when we identify some tools that we need to more fully go after the fraud problem, is Congress willing to play ball, or are they going to fight us every step of the way? I hope they play ball. Partisanship is crazy in this town, but again, this is such a common sense thing that I would hope that everybody would want to protect the American taxpayers' money. Go ahead.
Jennifer Jacobs, CBS News. On Iran, can you tell us where negotiations stand? The president, before he left for Beijing, called the latest proposal unacceptable. So is the U.S. even talking to the Iranians right now, or where are things at this point?
Yeah, so look, obviously these negotiations are very sensitive. I'm not going to tell you everything, because we're trying to have a productive conversation. I spent a good amount of time on the phone with both Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff this morning, a number of our friends in the Arab world this morning. Look, I think that we are making progress. The fundamental question is, do we make enough progress that we satisfy the president's red line? And the red line is very simple. He needs to feel confident that we've put a number of protections in place such that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, right? That is the question. Do we meet that threshold or not? I think that we've made a lot of progress since we left Pakistan. I thought we made some progress in Pakistan, but we've made more since then. But that is fundamentally what we're negotiating towards, is we want to be able to look the American people in the eye and say with confidence that you are not going to have to worry about this very, very dangerous regime having access to the most dangerous weapons in the world. That's the goal that we're focused on. Again, there's a lot of ways to accomplish that goal. The president has set us off on the diplomatic pathway for now, and that's what I'm focused on. Yep.
Got it. Thanks.
We'll do a couple more here.
Thanks a lot. There was pushback from Senate Republicans yesterday in the conference meeting about the cost of the ballroom, which has ballooned to about $1 billion for the security aspect. Is there an IG either for GSA or the Treasury who would or should be eyeballing that project? And how do we make sure it doesn't balloon like some of these other government spending building projects?
Well, I'm sure because of the nature of the project, you're going to have inspector generals who look at this, who look at the auditing, who look at the accounting, who make sure that this is done in a good way. I will say the President of the United States is a very good builder. And the reason why this is expensive is not because of the ballroom. The reason this is expensive is because of the security precautions necessary, things that have nothing to do with the ballroom itself, but have to do with the actual security infrastructure on the White House. We saw a couple of weeks ago what can happen when you gather the President of the United States and a number of people who are in the line of succession in the same room. We almost had something very terrible happen. And thanks to the Secret Service and their incredibly quick response, we didn't have a terrible thing happen. But one of the things it's taught us is that we've got to update. And there are things, frankly, I wouldn't even talk about in a public forum. There are parts of the there are parts of our national security, and there are parts of the international sort of world that are very, very dangerous. And the president needs to be protected. The senior officials in our government need to be protected. And that's fundamentally what this is all about, is ensuring that on the White House grounds, we have what's necessary to protect the president, whether he's engaged in a state dinner, which of course is an important part of the president's functions, or whether he's engaged in the day-to-day functions of being president of the United States. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. My question is, what's your message to Americans as the Iran war continues to impact the economy, especially after yesterday's inflation report?
Well, I guess my message to Americans is we know that we have a lot of work to do in order to deliver on the prosperity that the American people deserve. The president is hyper aware of this. I'm hyper aware of this. We talk about it all the time. We know that the American people inherited a very bad inflation crisis. Yes, the inflation number last month was not great, but take it back to the May of 2023 in the Biden administration, or take it back to even further. We're not seeing anything like what we saw under the Biden administration, and that's a problem in and of itself. Because what it means is, the Biden administration, they saw the values of their paycheck eaten away during the Biden administration. And one of the things we were elected to do, of course, was to fix that problem. And I promise you the president is laser focused every day on fixing that problem. Now, what I will also say is that whether it's the working families tax cuts, putting more money in the pockets of the American people, whether it's bringing a lot of investment into the United States so that we can build the factories and the jobs of the future, the president's laser focused. This stuff does take time. In the same way that the Biden administration's inflation crisis ate away at workers' paychecks for 4 years, it's going to take us a little bit of time before we get workers in a position where we feel like we can look them in the eye and say, you are much, much better off. But that's what we're trying to do. We're going to keep on working at it. I think we made a lot of progress. If you look at the average household wage increase since Donald Trump became president, it's gone up. But we came from a pretty deep hole. We're digging meaning a pretty deep hole, the Biden administration, or dig ourselves out of it. And what I want is for us to completely dig out of that hole and then to build a brighter and better and more prosperous future for the American people. That's what they elected us to do, and that's very much what we're focused on. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Can we quantify the amount of fraud that's related to illegal immigrants? And what are the asks of California and these other states? What can they do to claw back some of this money that's being deferred?
You know, I don't know that you can quantify it because it's so hard to keep track of all of the criminal migrants who are taking advantage of our system. I mean, they're taken advantage by, the average criminal migrant that we have in an American prison is costing us $60,000 to $120,000 a year, depending on the location. They're collecting health care benefits. A couple of states, California and New York in particular, they actually allow illegal aliens to benefit from the American people's, health care programs, which is just a disgrace. And just a travesty. I mean, if you go into an emergency room, you should know that you're waiting in line with other American citizens, not with people who've been placed to the front of the line by a fraudulent Medicaid program in California. But that's what's happening. We know this is what's happening. And again, it's driving up costs for everybody. It's making it harder to access health care. And it's absolutely fleecing the American taxpayer. It is a lose-lose-lose proposition. I've seen efforts to try to quantify this. I think the answer is hundreds of billions of dollars a year, whether it's 300 or 6, it is a lot of money between Medicare, Medicaid, food stamps, prison fees, everything that goes into the criminal migrant problem in the United States of America, it's a lot of money. And again, I talk about the American people. We're a generous country. We're a generous people. I love that about this country. But part of that generosity is that it extends to our fellow Americans. We cannot give Medicare and Medicaid benefits to everybody all over the world. It's going to bankrupt those programs. They ought to belong to Americans first. And that, to me, is the fundamental meaning of America First, is that all of us take a look at our programs, take a look at the fraud, and we say, how do we ensure that the federal government works for the American people first? That's what we're doing every single day, and we're going to keep at it. Thank you, guys. Go again.
All right, so I'm gonna go to the chat, and then I'll go to my next thing. But I wanted to address, Lisa. You be getting it. All fraud should be addressed. It doesn't matter what side you're on. And I think some of y'all are just wanting to aim at Trump. Bow, bow, bow. And I'm gonna be the first to tell you, I don't trust him either. But this topic right here is not about him. This topic is about the fraud that's been going on across our country through illegal immigration and crooked politicians for years. Okay? So no fraud should be accepted. I don't care what side you're on. I did this topic because this should be something we all, I said it, yes, all of us should agree upon this. All of us. Who wants fraud in our country? No matter what side it is. She said I'm making excuses when I say the DOD should be investigated. That's true. FEMA's trash. FEMA has failed us. All fraud. I agree. Chris, I can't see what your name is, dude, but I agree with you, bro. You know, the DOD is no better. Look, at this point, everybody's suspect. And I don't know how we can fix this, y'all. I really don't know. Exactly. Hey, you crooked politician. Here, let me put my camera on, guys. Hey, you crooked politician over here. Why don't you go investigate the fraud that you're part of? I know you're a Republican, but you won't go tell on your Democrat buddy because behind doors, y'all are laughing at us. We all get it. That's why I had to do this topic, because I felt like we all are victims of fraud. And I hate using the word victim, but we are. I don't care what side you're on. Americans, we're being victimized. You've got illegals coming into our country, taking our money fraudulently while Americans are suffering. Every American should be pissed. Everybody. This isn't a left. This isn't a right. In my book, right now, today, this is an American thing, dude. Not just an American. I'm sure Australia, I'm sure the UK, I'm sure France, Canada, everybody's going through this. It's not just America, y'all. I didn't say immigrants. I said illegals. Immigrants come here legally, buddy. Illegals are here sucking off of our money, buddy. It's two different things, man. My buddy's here. My buddy lives here, right? My buddy is not illegal. He's not illegal. I have no problem. He immigrated here. What does that got to do with anything? It has nothing. What's up, Billy? How you doing, brother? It has nothing to do with that, dude. Are you kidding? An illegal is an illegal. An immigrant is an immigrant. They're two different things. There's two different things. That's why most people voted for Trump. Nobody wants to talk or deal with these wars. We wanted immigration fixed because it was tearing down our country and is still. tearing down our country. Again, I welcome every type of human being here if you come here legally. And I believe most people do. Most people do. The fraud is in the trillions spent on useless. Hey, I'm not going to sit here and say, I'm not talking about the war shit right now, but I'm not going to say that I agree with it. I think all of it at this point is useless. Kim, what's up, girl? Haven't seen you forever, bro. Their net gain on our economy. Why do you care if they're here illegally? What a dumb ass question. Why do I care if they're here illegally? Okay, let's go down the list. 1, how do you get a driver's license if you're here illegally? Explain. So now you got people on the road, no insurance, driving. Do you realize the amount of accidents that happen here in Ohio because Somalians crashed the car? Are you kidding me right now? The overflooding of hospitals that aren't meant to hold the infrastructure of 50,000 illegals in your town? Are you joking me, right? Not to mention the Somalians getting EBT, getting funded for their housing, getting funded for their businesses, getting funded for their food and family, while Americans are suffering. Exactly, Ken. They go to the emergency rooms. The Haitians is exactly what I'm talking about as far as I'm concerned here in Ohio. But you go to the ER in Springfield, Ohio, and there's people laying on the ground overrun with people that we don't know who they are. They are ghosts in our country, dude. My family are immigrants. I am a family of immigration. We came here in the 1900s, bro. I'm all about coming here the right way. But when you cross that border, you're now a criminal. I don't understand it. I don't understand the disconnection here. That's something you should have common sense and be able to see that. Now, again, the hospitals being overflooded. Do you realize here in Ohio that the Springfield was overflooded with HIV and AIDS? Do you know that, right? And they had no clue who these people were. Yeah, man, it's crazy. And you know what? It's a crime against humanity. Exactly. Bringing these people in is an attack on America. It's an attack on America. That's why Americans voted for Trump. We didn't vote for damn wars. We didn't vote for wars. We voted to get the damn country back together. And who's bringing them all in? Who do you think is bringing them all in? That's where we have our disconnect, bro. I don't think I know who brought them in. Watched it for 2 years. Go watch all my videos. I've covered it. Eagle Pass, Texas. What you mean? Who's bringing them in? The Democrats were busting them around the country. What? I can't believe you even mentioned that, bro. You're like totally just like making your point really bad, bro. You're making a really bad point, homie. And I'm not even on the Trump train. I just want these damn illegals out of here. Hey, that's coming, Lisa. That's coming, Lisa. I got a Sheriff Grady video coming up where it's April, F around and find out. And he gets these traffickers out the way. The only one drafted by both Democrats, and Republicans. Trump had put an additional tax on sending money to other countries. Lisa, these open borders, when he had open borders, 300,000 children went missing in 2024. Make that make sense to me, you guys. Please. Make that make sense. I'm waiting. Please. Who do invest and profit? Why did Trump call for Republicans to vote down the bipartisan border bill? Probably because it wasn't right. Probably because it wasn't right, and he knew he was about to get in. It was exactly, Kim. It was a shitty bill, bro. Why would he encourage anybody to vote anything? Administration has open borders, refuses to talk to the border czar and the bordering states, and we're supposed to trust him? Get out of here, dude. You got it messed up. This whole thing, you got it messed up, bro. It definitely wasn't bipartisan. It was either you guys agree to this. No, just don't, because when I get in, we'll fix it. Please not use that in the chat, Lisa. You people worry about the wrong stuff. What should we be worrying about then, yo? What's up, Texas Jane? How you doing? Haven't seen you forever. What should we be worried about, bro? We're sitting here talking about our country being frauded and invaded by illegal immigrants. And what is a bigger topic? Should we talk about the Strait of Hormuz? Now that is annoying as shit at this point. How you been though? Texas Jane, how you doing? Read the bill. It is not going to stop the immigrants coming in. No, they actually entice them to come in, Kim. But these people don't understand these things. They just don't understand it. They just don't understand it. I think Kim gets it. I think most of y'all get it. Hey, I missed you guys, man. I missed y'all. It's been a whole month. It's nice to get back. I was like sitting here going, damn, I went a whole month. I got to go. It's time to go. And honestly, what better topic than fraud? Because that's why I didn't even want to go live for the last month, due to all of this fraud. I was sick of talking about the war. I was sick of trying to defend shit that I don't defend. I needed to sit back and take a real look at what's going on, and you get a big macro. And Mike, look at it in the micro. It's so simple, but when you sit back and you look at it, and it's like, yo, I gotta start getting this back going, because there is shit out there that we need to talk about. Absolutely, but I got tired of these people kissing up to any politician. I don't care what side you're on. The left blows the left. The right blows the right, man. We need people to start coming together, because they're all crooked and we're all being targeted. I just don't know what more to say. Now, I'm going to stand on, I have little faith in Trump, but I hope he does well. I have a lot of hope, but faith is big, y'all. Faith is big. That's a big task to fulfill. I don't have that in God, my mom, and my family, dude. Other than that, no faith in any politician. Fraud is fraud. Gavin Newsom is scumbag. The fact that you came in and just started yelling Trump's name when all this is being brought up under Gavin Newsom and the incompetent politicians of California, takes a Californian to come in here and defend such, I wish I could say the word that YouTube doesn't like, but it's, Robert Downey Jr.-ish, if you know what I'm saying. So I think, personally, we all need to come together. and at least have one common goal. Let's get rid of the fraud at least. But you will never have that. I know this is a dream. I'm just now preaching, but I know it'll never happen because liberals will never, ever want to see this country do well under Trump. It doesn't matter what he does. They just don't. So I don't expect it. He is. He's a piece, dude. He's a piece. Now I'm going to go into this next thing. I'm just going to go in. I haven't heard this man talk in a minute. I want to see what he has to say here. Let's get into this next one. I want to get to Sheriff Grady before I get out of here. I only have a couple today. I'm just getting warmed back up. You know what I'm saying? Just getting back in the mix of things. So let's go to the next one, guys. What's good? Everybody hit the like, share, subscribe. Go Cavs. We blew a big game last night. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Tomorrow, game 7. Biggest games in Cavs history, in my opinion, post LeBron James. So I'm pretty stoked for all that. So, you know, I've been kind of like trying to stay a little bit in the background from Polk because that will overtake you. And I say that to everybody. Y'all, we all need breaks from that stuff. We really do. We really do, man. You can get caught up in a lot. Like, bro, I was starting to really not like people. And I had to sit back and realize, dude, there's good in everything and everybody. So, you know, it was tough. But here we go. Let's see what he says here.
President Xi's an incredible guy. Got along, made a lot of great trade deals, including over 200 planes for Boeing with a promise of 750 planes, which will be by far the largest order ever if they do a good job with the 200, which I'm sure they will. And that's General Electric also, the engines. So they're buying General Electric. So it's approximately 450 engines, 200 planes, and a promise of up to 750 if they do a good job. We had an amazing time. It was a very historic. Oh, look who we have. Hello, David. It was a very historic couple of days, I think. Really amazing.
Sir, I know there'll be a lot of questions around the China trip, but just first on Iran, have you rejected the latest proposal from Iran, or where does that stand?
Well, I looked at it, and if I don't like the first sentence, I just throw it away.
What was the first sentence?
An unacceptable sentence, because they fully agreed no nuclear, and if they have any nuclear of any form, I don't read the rest of it.
20 years is not enough for you. It's got to be a perfect.
No, 20 years is enough, but the level of guarantee from them is not enough. In other words, it's got to be a real 20 years, not a big one.
You've got to get all the fuel out and no more production.
You have to get everything, but we're not even talking about, I call it the nuclear dust. Came up with a term which seems to have caught on.
I'm talking about it because they would not remove the...
Yeah, they said that they can't remove it because they don't have the technology to remove it.
Well,
they don't have the type of tractors. They say the only one, they told me directly, they said the only one that can remove it is China or the U.S. We're the only ones with the equipment. They said you were right. It is a complete obliteration. With that being said, I want to get it. And they agreed to it, but then they took it back, but they'll agree to it eventually.
Can I ask you about Taiwan? What did President Xi say to you about Taiwan? And what did President Xi say to you about Taiwan? And are you still going to approve the arms sale?
So President Xi and I talked a lot about Taiwan. He thinks they cannot have anything to do with what they're doing. I mean, he's against very much what they're doing. We talked about Taiwan. We talked about Iran a lot. And I think we have a very good understanding with both. On Taiwan, he does not want to see a fight for independence because that would be a very strong confrontation. And I heard him out.
Are you going to say your word?
No, I didn't make a comment on it. I heard him out. I have a lot of respect for him. On Iran, it's very interesting. He feels strongly they can't have a nuclear weapon. He said that very strongly. They cannot have a nuclear weapon, and he wants them to open up the strait. But as he said, they closed it, and then you closed them with a smile. That is true. We control the strait, and they've done no business. Literally, they've done no business in the last 2.5 weeks, which is approximately $500 million a day. So we have, we're doing very well on all fronts.
But sir, just before we leave Taiwan, Mr. President, President Xi said that there was a risk of conflict with the US over Taiwan. What's your response to that?
I don't think there's a conflict, other than we don't need their strait. We don't need the Arbush.
On Taiwan, Mr. President Xi said there was a risk of conflict with the US over Taiwan.
No, I don't think so. I think I think we'll be fine. He doesn't want to see a war. And you have two things. You have the Iranian situation, and that I think we agree almost entirely, other than he's a buyer and we're not. We don't need it. And on Taiwan, he doesn't want to see a movement for independence. He says, look, we've had it for thousands of years, and then at a certain period of time it left, then we were going to get it back. They had the Korean War. A lot of things happened. We have the whole history. But on Taiwan, he feels very strongly. I made no commitment either way. We'll see what happens.
What about the arms sales to Taiwan?
I'll make a determination over the next fairly short period.
Well, you're not necessarily going to go ahead. It was your proposal.
I'm going to make a determination. I'm going to see. I have to speak to the person that right now is, you know who he is, that's running Taiwan.
Mr. President, did President Xi make any firm commitment to put pressure on the Iranians to reopen the Strait of Hormuz?
I'm not asking for any favors, because when you ask for favors, you have to do favors in return. We don't need favors. We've wiped out their armed forces, essentially. We may have to do a little cleanup work because we had a little month-long ceasefire, I guess you'd call it, but we have a blockade that's so effective. That's why we did the ceasefire. We really did the ceasefire at the request of other nations. I wouldn't have really been in favor of it, but we did it as a favor to Pakistan, who are terrific people, the Field Marshal and the Prime Minister. But no, President Xi and I agree on many things, and we agree very much on trade. We're going to be doing a lot of trading. Our farmers are going to be taking in. Our farmers are going to be very happy with the deal we made.
Is he instinct that he will put pressure, that he will try and get them to do more?
Ask him to put pressure, because I don't need favors. I think he will. I think automatically he'd like to see it opened up. He gets about 40% of his energy or his oil from that, from the strait. We get none. We don't need it.
Mr. President, on Truth Social, you said that President Xi had made a reference to the decline of the U.S. We didn't hear him say that. Maybe it was something he said in private to you. So what was it, first of all, that he said that prompted you to do this?
He made a statement. It might not have been from him. It was somebody, but they talked about the decline. But he said today, and he said it very publicly, he said the U.S. was declining for the last 4 years. And he said what President Trump has done in the last 15, 16 months has been virtually a miracle. He said we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. But he said that it was a declining country. Under Joe Biden, he said we had a seriously declining country, which we did, with people pouring in from all over the world, from prisons and everything else. He said what President Trump has done has been a virtual miracle. It's the hottest country anywhere in the world, and it is, yeah.
Mr. President, on a different subject, on Cuba, there's reporting that Raul Castro could be indicted by the DOJ, I believe. What does that mean?
I don't want to comment on it. Let Jay comment on it. But they need help, as you know. And you talk about a declining country. They are really a nation or a country in decline. So we're going to see. We have a lot to talk about on Cuba, but not maybe for today.
Mr. President, did you agree with President Xi to extend that year-long truce on tariffs?
We didn't tariffs, but the opposite. We didn't discuss tariffs. wasn't brought up.
Mr. President, you said in January to us that you were going to bring up the expansion of their nuclear program. Obviously, they've got 600 weapons now, by the Pentagon's estimate, going to 1,500. Did that come up? Did you succeed in getting them into any form of arms control, or remember we discussed New Start?
Talking about China.
China.
We brought it up. The denuclearization. I talk about it all the time with Russia and with China. And it did come up. We did discuss it.
And what did you conclude?
I got a very positive response. It's the beginning. So, we're going to be together 4 times potentially this year. We have the G20, which he wants to come to, which I'd like him to come to. It's going to be in Miami. It's going to be in Doral. And it's going to be, I think, very good. Much more important if he's there. And so you have the G20. We have one that he has, as you know, in November, right, in China. He's asked me to be there. I'm going to try and be there. And then we have another one on September, I guess, 26th or 24th, where he's coming into the White House.
I'm trying to understand what it is he committed to, if he committed anything.
Well, I don't want to say anybody committed, but we have a very good understanding.
So are you
the concept of denuclearization.
Denuclearization, or just an extension of
denuclearization.
In other words, building down.
And you bring Russia into it also. But the concept of that is something would be very good.
Sir, can I ask about the political prisoners in China? Did you bring up with President Xi any of the political prisoners in China? Are any going to be released? Any progress?
I think he's giving very serious consideration to the pastor. The pastor is... He said he's giving very serious consideration to that.
What about Jimmy
I discussed it.
What about Jimmy Lai?
It's a tougher one. I did bring it up. It's a tougher one. For him, it's a tougher one.
What did he say about it?
I understand. It's, for him, it's a very... He told me, I don't want to mislead anybody. He said Jimmy Lai is a tough one for him to do. They went through a lot. And right or wrong, they went through a lot. So he told me that would be a tough one. He said he's going to strongly consider the pastor.
Sir, can I ask you two on technology? First, computer chips, advanced computer chips like the H200s that Jensen has. Did that come up at all with machine?
It didn't come up, but as you know, Jensen was there. He's an amazing guy, NVIDIA. And he would be inclined. They have much higher level than the H200. But the H200 is good. China needs it. And so, it came up.
They haven't bought it.
We haven't much, no, because they chose not to. They want to try and develop their own. But it did come up, and I think something could happen on that.
Okay. And then on artificial intelligence,
have quite a bit higher level, but the H200 it's a great chip.
And then on artificial intelligence, what is it that you want to get done? Did you bring up?
We did. We talked. We're leading by a lot, but they're second, and they're very strong. And we talked about possibly working together for guardrails.
And what kind of guardrails?
The standard guardrails that we talk about all the time. AI is fantastic. So many things can happen in terms of health and medicine and operations, everything. The military, and so many things can happen, but it's also got some drawbacks. And we're talking about, we probably will. We're going to work together. We had a very good conversation about a lot of stuff.
So biological, nuclear, cyber. Did you specifically discuss those risks?
We discussed, I would say, almost everything you could discuss except for a reduction of tariffs.
On Iran, Mr. President, just to be clear, I mean, what's next? Is the threat of the bombing starting again? How realistic is that?
I don't want to say that. I mean, I'd like to tell you. I'd like to say on a certain hour, a certain day, the bombing is going to start. I don't want to say that. I can only say that Iran, I can say this with very, very strong conviction. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. Not going to happen. No chance.
What would the use be of repeating the bombing? You did it for 38 days.
No, we did.
And you did not get the political changes in Iran.
No, I had a total military victory. But the fake news, guys like you write incorrectly. You're a fake guy. And guys like you write about it incorrectly. We had a total military victory. We knocked out their entire Navy. We knocked out their entire Air Force. We knocked out all of their anti-aircraft weaponry. We knocked out all of their radar. We knocked out all of their leaders, number one, and then we knocked out all of their leaders in the second division, and we knocked out numerous of their leaders in the third division, and they're very confused. We've had a total victory, except by people like you that don't write the truth. You know, you should write. I actually think it's sort of treasonous what you write, but you and the New York Times and CNN, I would say, are the worst.
So on another war.
You should know better. You know, you're a professor. You know better. Your editors tell you what to write, and you write it. You should be ashamed of
Mr.
it.
President, another war. Is there any
I actually think it's treason. When you write like they're doing well militarily and they have no Navy, no Air Force, no anti-anything. By the way, we knocked out 85% of their manufacturing for the missiles. We knocked out everything. We haven't knocked out other than one bridge that we did because they misbehaved. But we have bridges we could knock out. We could knock out their bridges and their electrical capacity within 2 days. We could knock out the whole thing. And then I read the New York Times and they act like they're doing well. And everybody knows it. That's why your subscribers are way down. You know, the Times subscribers are way down because it's fake news.
Did you discuss Ukraine?
Way down, way down.
Did you discuss Ukraine at all with President Xi? And is there any movement on that?
I did. We discussed, well, it's one that we'd like to see settled. Until last night, it was looking good, but they took a big hit last night.
Yeah.
So it's going to happen, but it's a shame. 25,000 people died last month. Yeah.
Admiral Cooper of CENTCOM was asked yesterday about the strike on the girls' school on the first day of the war.
Oh, it's under investigation. You're talking about the original.
It was the only case of investigation at the moment into civilian
I
casualties.
think we have a couple of things under investigation, but that is under investigation.
Are you able to confirm yet that it was a US missile?
Who you with?
BBC for the radio.
Fake BBC. You mean the ones that put AI in my mouth? The ones that gave me, that had me saying a statement that they now admit was not true? That the ones that put terrible words in my mouth and then had to admit that it was fake? The ones that are being sued now for $5 billion and don't know what to do? You with BBC? They're another fake outfit. Yeah.
About the deals in China, did you get a deal on soybeans? You know, the farmers.
I did. The farmers are going to be very happy. They're going to be buying billions of dollars of soybeans. Yeah.
Sorry. Well, we were talking about Britain, but Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister there, is in a lot of trouble. You're asked about this.
Well, he's in trouble for two reasons. Energy, great. He's very bad energy. He's got coal, and he should open up oil in the North Sea, and he doesn't. They have a tremendous value. You know, they buy their oil, a lot of it, from Norway. Norway gets it from the North Sea. Not as good an area as Scotland and the UK has. So they're paying Norway a fortune for oil that they take out of the North Sea.
Do you think Starmer's going to survive as Prime Minister?
It's a tough thing, unless he can straighten out immigration where he's weak, and if he doesn't start drilling and stop with the windmills all over the place that are causing havoc. They're causing havoc. Most expensive form of energy. They kill the birds. They're unsightly. They're ruining the landscape. If he doesn't stop with the windmills, he's got to do energy. He's got to open up the North Sea. You know, he's got one of the greatest oil finds anywhere in the world, and he's not using it. And I tell him that. He's not using it.
Should he quit?
The oil companies call me every day. Please, please, we want to go to the North Sea. He doesn't allow it to happen.
Should he quit?
I don't say that. I think he's a nice man, actually. But, I mean, I didn't like when he said, we're going to send ships as soon as you're finished with the war. As soon as you're, well, we're sort of finished militarily, pretty much. But we, you know, David, we finished probably 70-75%. We didn't finish every one of the things. We'll go back and finish them off. And by the way, and more than that.
You saw the reporting on the missile capability, missile launchers that have remained. Does that seem accurate?
No, it's New York Times fake news. The missile launchers are probably 80% gone. The New York Times said it's like we were hitting them like pinatas. The missile launches are largely gone. The manufacturing of missiles is about 80%, 80 to 85% gone. And we know where the rest of it. So if we go in, we'll take that out very early.
The intelligence reports seem to indicate, though,
there are no intelligence reports. Not for they weren't intelligence reports. They were New York Times fake news.
Sir, would you consider lifting the sanctions on Chinese oil companies that buy Iranian oil?
Well, we talked about that, and I'm going to make a decision over the next few days. We did talk about that.
Do you think Xi felt stronger in his dealings with you than he did the last time that you
great
went to
relationship last time until COVID came along? I blamed them for that. I said it was Wuhan, and I was right. And look, that was a strain on everybody, COVID, and so it affected our relationship at the time. But we always had a great relationship before that and after that, and now it's as strong as ever. I mean, I went over to where he lives, which is something that rarely happens. Were you there? I don't know.
it was beautiful.
It's amazing. People have never seen it before. It's amazing, actually. We had lunch. We have a great understanding.
You don't think he feels
it's a very positive thing to have these two nations getting along.
Mr. President, on Taiwan, you said you were going to check with the president of Taiwan, but the 1982 assurances that President Reagan gave said the United States would not consult with China on arms sales to Taiwan. So it sounds to me like you have consulted.
Well, I think 1982 is a long way.
It was.
That's a big far distance away.
You dispensed with that?
No, I didn't say anything about it. But certainly, he brought that up. He talked about that to me, obviously. So what am I going to do? Say I don't want to talk to you about it because I have an agreement that was signed in 1982. No, we discussed arms sales too.
What's his request?
We discussed to Taiwan. The whole thing with the arms sales was in great detail, actually. And I'll be making decisions.
What was his request?
But I think the last thing we need right now is a war that's 9,500 miles away. I think that's the last thing we need. We're doing very well.
Would the U.S. defend Taiwan if it came to it?
I don't want to say it. I'm not going to say that. There's only one person that knows that. You know who it is? Me. I'm the only person. That question was asked to me today by President Xi. I said, I don't talk about that.
He asked you today. He asked you if you would send troops.
He asked me if I defend them. I said, I don't talk about that.
You tell him that.
I don't talk.
Did you talk to him about the cyber attacks that he's done in the United States or the MSS has done?
I did, and he talked about attacks that we did in China. What they do, we do too. It's like the spying. They're talking about, the spying. I said, well,
the spying.
We do it too.
The infrastructure.
Look, no, I'm talking about spying. The question was asked to me yesterday, I guess. What about the fact that China's spying in the United States? I said, well, it's one of those things because we spy like hell on them too. So,
what about the fact that China is putting in the U.S. infrastructure code that they could use if you ever decided to come to the U.S.?
Well, you don't know that. I mean, I'd like to see it, but it's very possible that they do. And we're doing things to them. I told them we do a lot of stuff to you that you don't know about, and you're doing things to us that we probably do know about. But we do plenty. It's a double-edged sword.
So again, on President Xi, a couple of years ago when President Biden met him in San Francisco, he was asked if he thought President Xi was a dictator. Do you think President Xi is a dictator?
No, but I think that President Biden was an incompetent president. He gave us the Iran nuclear deal, which allowed Iran to have a nuclear weapon within a matter of years from the time they said, I terminated it. If I didn't terminate that, Iran would have a nuclear weapon, then they would have used it within probably 3 years ago. If I didn't go in with the B-2 bombers 9 months ago, Iran would have a nuclear weapon and nobody would be able to talk to them. By the way, they would have used it already.
But do you think President Xi is a dictator or not?
I don't think about it. Right. He's the ruler. He's the president of China. I don't think about it. You deal with what you have. I respect him. He's very smart. He loves his country. I respect him. Whether he's a dictator, that's for you to figure out. Yeah.
Mr. President, you said you didn't talk about tariffs, but did you talk about fentanyl at all?
I did. I talked about fentanyl. As you know, I put a tariff on because of fentanyl, and they discussed that. But I put a penalty. It's a penalty. A lot of money we take in because of that. I'd prefer not taking it, and I'd prefer that we don't have. But we did talk about fentanyl.
What kind of agreement did you come to?
Well, the fentanyl is down, way down from where it was, and it could be because of the tariff penalty.
Sir, domestic issue, if I could. Where are you on the Texas Senate race?
Well, I'll maybe make a decision. I know them both very well. I like them both a lot, and my record of endorsements is extraordinary. You look at what happened with Indiana. And out of all those races, the one that won was there were 3 Trump people in the race. If they had won, he would have won in a landslide. But I took out all of these candidates, and long-time candidates with big leads against people that never ran before, and the people that never ran before won virtually all the races. And as you know, 2 nights ago, I won every single endorsement. A week ago before that, I won every single endorsement. There's never been a record of endorsements like this, which is a great honor as far as I'm concerned. MAGA is a movement the likes of which our country has never seen before.
But you might not endorse Surrey, Texas.
I don't want to say that. I mean, I'm looking at it very strongly. I like them both. I mean, I'll tell you what I do think. I think the Democrats have a weird candidate. 6 genders, a real hit on Jesus. I mean, this guy is bad news with his mask from relatively recently. And he's a vegan. He's a vegan. All of a sudden, he's not a vegan. He was a vegan. Now, all of a sudden, he's not. Texas doesn't like vegans. I do believe either one of them will easily win the race. I think that the candidate the Democrats have in Texas is a very flawed, very weak, I think he's a pathetic candidate, especially for Texas. Okay?
Did you see Secretary Rubio in the briefing room the other day, and what did you think?
You're talking about his outfit?
Yeah, that's it.
I thought he looked very good in the outfit, especially. I don't know if I'd do it, but I thought he looked very good. I think he's outstanding. I thought he was good. I mean, I saw every word of it. I thought he was
Mr. President, back to what you were saying before about the enriched uranium at Isfahan. So what would your logic be in having just a 20-year deal? I mean, the deal that you pulled back was 15 years. Whether they would have gotten it faster or not is up to you, but what would the difference be here?
Well, Obama had virtually no deal. Obama had a road to a nuclear weapon, and I terminated that deal. And if I didn't terminate Barack Hussein Obama, if I didn't terminate that deal, Iran would have had a nuclear weapon 2 years ago. As you know, that deal long expired.
It's taken the most years doing it, and after you're bombing, then
you know what? I'll tell you what. I know you backed Obama, which shows what a fraud you are, because that was a worse deal. They would have had a nuclear weapon within a period of a year and a half after I terminated it. If I didn't terminate that, and if I didn't send the B-2 bombers in 9 months ago to obliterate, one thing that did happen, which was very nice, the top person in Iran representing them was the top person. He said, I'm the only one, meaning the United States is the only one, along with possibly China, that would be able to get the nuclear dust out of that disaster that we created with the B-2 bomb.
Are you willing to do that? And why do you call
Yeah,
it
no,
dust?
at the right time, we'll either go in or we'll get it. I think we'll probably get it. But if we don't get it, we'll go in.
But you're willing to mount the operation to take
Well,
it
no,
out?
I think they'll be totally defeated, and we won't have any risk. Yeah, we have the equipment to take it out. Nobody else does. China might have the equipment. They said you're the only one. They said you and China, but they weren't sure. We have the equipment to take it out.
Sir, did you discuss North Korea with Xi?
I did.
What came out of that?
I have a very good relationship with Kim Jong-un. He's been pretty quiet.
Have you had any communications with him?
Yes.
Of what kind?
Doesn't matter. I mean, I don't tell you about that. But I have a good relationship with him. He's been respectful of our country. I want him to be respectful. He's been respectful of our country. Hey, thank you very much. Enjoy the flight, everybody.
Thank you.
I heard you didn't have cameras back here. In fact, I loved it. I heard that. And now they got a camera. I heard that you were shut out for 2 hours until we leave the airspace. But he's got a camera. He's got never misses a trick. You better make me look good with that camera. All right. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right. So look at that look on his face. That says it all. What are we gonna talk about first? I would love to be, and I don't want to really talk about this too much. I really want to go to the next thing. But real fast, I would love to be a fly on the wall. Like, did they really discuss the drug issues? Because I don't know. I don't believe that the fentanyl problem has gone down like Trump said. I don't believe that at all. Not one bit. So I would love to hear what they actually said. I would love to hear the AI and what they were going about. You know, you people come in and you complain about the wrong things, man. Like, I don't hear not one person came in. I've been live for 2 hours and 8 minutes. Not one person said no data centers, stop the 5G. What about his environmental policies? What, nobody says none of that stuff, bro, at all. It's the same talking points over and over and over. No one talks about the drug problems. No one talks. Dude, AI is finna take over all of this. No one brings up that stuff. Y'all only want to talk about the same talking points over and over and over and over. Y'all didn't stop. It's been a whole month and y'all are still in the same mindset. A whole month later, dude. It's kind of like, you know, it's sad, but it is what it is, y'all. It is what it is. So yeah, we have a fentanyl problem here. And clearly we have a problem with China and Mexico providing us the essentials to take out our population. I think that's a big deal. I really do. I really do. I hope they can figure that out. I think we all know, again, both sides are to blame here. If you were to sit here and say America's victims, we're not victims. We're not. Trust me. The 3-letter alphabet gangs, they're all about it. I don't understand what these children are going on about. Dude, they're going on about nothing, Lisa. That's why you got to just go ahead and keep your sanity and speak your truth and keep it moving. You can't talk. That's why I don't debate you liberals or you far left lunatics. I can't debate y'all because we can't even find a common ground to debate. We can't find a common ground. We can't even go, okay, well, let's start here. Can we agree on this and debate this? No, you're so far over here that you can't even get. See, you got yourself out of here. You can't even get to the middle. Y'all can't even get there, bro. You can't. And then as far as Taiwan goes, we've been defending Taiwan forever. I don't know what happened there. I got to do more research into what's going on from this meeting in particular. But we've always been on Taiwan's side. I'm positive that we gave them weapons. You need to go back to the days of ridicule of stupid people and their stupid ideas. I'm with that. Stupid people got to go. Hey, there's nothing wrong with calling out stupidity. I'm with you there, buddy. We don't have to agree on everything. You said you're Generation X, bro. I'm a fringe. I'm a millennial, but I'm like a year and a half from being Gen X. Okay? So I get it. I get it, bro. But that doesn't change the fact of what we're dealing with right now. So I'm going to leave that because I just wanted to hear what Trump had to say when he came back from China. I was just going to go straight into Sheriff Grady, but I do want to talk about this one story. I got 2 stories, really. Check this out. This was not on my agenda, but as we were talking, I was listening. I'm going, man, what about this? It's been a while, y'all. I haven't gone in a while. A whole damn... Oops, what did I just do? Oopsie. I haven't been live in a while. Hold on. I just lost my article. There it is. All right. So I don't know if you guys heard that there was a... I don't know if you guys heard that there was a U.S. Air Force sergeant who is being on the run right now for spying for Iran. And it's not the only one. There's another one too. But this one I'm going to share today, if it lets me. Let me share, baby. Let me share. No. Go back. Let me share. $200,000 reward, y'all. $200,000 reward. Here we go. Let me, you know what? I probably gotta change the damn headliner, but I don't care. Go Cavs. Let's go. Tomorrow takes Saturday. Oh, all right, so why is it not sharing? Is it not up? Why is it not sharing? Wow, it just literally threw me off. Like literally just kicked me out. That was awesome. Think the Jays are listening, maybe? Think the Jays might be listening to this one. They like we're not having it at all. All right, here we go. Hop up. Share. Come on, baby. All right. It's not sharing, bro. What the hell? Pop up. Pop up. There we go. There we go. We're in game. All right. I'm just getting used to this again. I'm not too mad about where's it at? Oh Lord, did I lose my damn all right, hold on. It's okay, guys. What the is it? Dude, I think they're messing with me, y'all. They really are messing with me. There we go. All right. FBI offers 200. Can you guys see this before I start going? Can you guys see this? Are we good? What the hell? All right, there we go. All right, so this isn't gonna. This is there. It's just not letting me do it, y'all. Here it is. FBI offers 200K for into on ex Air Force officer accused of spying for Iran. You guys don't see what I'm showing, do you? All right, guys. I am so sorry. Maybe this topic just wasn't meant. talk about it, bro. It is what it is. Let me talk to you, chat. Do you guys give a damn about this topic? I think spying for Iran is pretty wild, especially one of our own people. Honestly. There we go. No. There we go. We're in business. Yeah, dude, YouTube's horrible, bro. Reed, it's effing me around, bro. It really doesn't want me to talk that real stuff. I noticed that. It's not just me, bro. I'm not playing victim. It's not just me.
Of defecting to Iran was indicted Wednesday. The Justice Department says Monica Witt gave Iran information about a top secret U.S. program and revealed identities of other intelligence officers. David Martin has more from the Pentagon.
For 11 years, Monica Witt used her top secret clearance to spy on Iran, first for the Air Force and then as a government contractor. But she quit in 2010 and later, according to Assistant Attorney General John Demers, told the Iranians all about her secret work.
What we've alleged is that what she provided them was the identity name of a secret intelligence program of the U.S. government, as well as the identities of an intelligence officer.
She first made contact with the Iranians while attending an anti-American conference in Tehran. After Witt returned to the U.S., she started texting with a go-between, a person holding dual U.S.-Iranian citizenship who was assessing her potential as a spy. In one text, Witt told the go-between she might do like Snowden, an apparent reference to Edward Snowden, the one-time contractor for the National Security Agency who leaked troves of top-secret documents. Then she defected to Iran.
She appears to have switched her allegiance to thinking that the United States, where she was born and raised and worked, was not where her allegiance was anymore.
Witt helped the Iranians create so-called target packages on the American intelligence officer who had run the secret program, along with several others she knew.
A target package in intelligence community parlance is basically a plan to neutralize one of our intelligence agents.
Iran attempted to hack into the officers' computers and plant malware that would allow them to record every keystroke on their keyboard.
And David Martin joins us now. So, David, what would need to happen for Witt to be held accountable for her alleged crimes?
Well, as long as she stays in Iran, which is where she is believed to be now, she is basically beyond the reach of U.S. law because there is no extradition treaty, even if there were good relations with Iran, which, of course, there are not. So she would have to, for some reason, come back to the United States or come back to a country where she could be arrested and that had an extradition treaty. It seems unlikely that she would expose herself to arrest.
Do authorities believe Witt could still be a threat to American intelligence?
Well, remember, she defected 6 years ago. She defected in 2013. And it's only now that the U.S., the FBI, has been able to make this case against her. So the is probably fairly inconsequential. It's what she did at the time, which was to reveal the existence of what was a very highly classified Pentagon intelligence program directed at Iran, and to reveal the identity of the intelligence officer who was working on that specific program, along with other intelligence officers she had gotten to know in the course of her 11 years working for U.S. intelligence. And that all became fodder against the U.S. And what they did was they tried to hack into the computers of all those officers, trying to plant malware so that they could record all the keystrokes they were making on their keyboards. even trying to hack into their their desk cams to possibly watch them while they work. We do not know, but it is not alleged in the indictment that they actually succeeded in hacking into those computers. And as far as we know, no harm came to any of those intelligence officers.
I don't know if I believe that one, y'all. I really don't know if I believe that one, y'all. I think they got a lot of info. They're just not going to.
Beyond the simple fact that they were exposed to the Iranians and are in effect blown.
David, do we have any further information about why she may have defected?
No, if you just look at the sequence of events, it just seems as though she became disaffected with what U.S. intelligence was doing. She talked about pulling a Snowden, a reference to Edward Snowden, who had once worked for the contractor working for the National Security Agency and then had leaked troves of top secret documents. So she seems to have become just disenchanted with what the U.S. was doing. And she went to Iran to participate in an anti-American conference in 2012, and I think was spotted by the Iranians then, who quickly realized that she had some potential to have some secrets that the Iranians might be interested in. And then they spent about a year trying to check her out, and then finally she defected for good in August of 2013.
All right, David Martin.
All right, we got a spy. Now, what do y'all think about that one? Come on. Well, I personally think they said, oh, she looked like she could be a good candidate. Now, I think that she was a traitor from the get-go. What if, it's just my opinion, what if anti-American rallies, what if she was put in there by Iran? What if she was put in here by Iran and was already doing it the whole time? This falls right into fraud. We need to get them. It's exactly. Hey, thank you, Kim. You're on fire today. Lisa, you're on fire today. This falls under fraud. And it also falls under, immigration. We've got people in our country like her who are traitors that have nothing good for us. This is the reason we want undocumented people out of our country. This is the reason. You've got traitors, you've got spies, you've got people of fighting age that are willing to sell you out and us out. No one's ever going to take over our country without doing it from within. Within. They got to go. Within. You get it? Now, look, I wasn't going to go to this. This was not part of the plan. But to drive home the point, if YouTube allows me to show you guys this, I would be obliged. But let's see if YouTube allows me to do it. So now we're going to go into Baltimore. You guys remember about 2 years ago when Baltimore's bridge got taken out by that weirdly got taken out in the middle of the night. It was a bunch of foreigners. Remember that? It just got swept off the side. You guys remember all that? Well, I had to bring it up. I looked at myself first. All right, so here we go in Baltimore. About to pop up. Hold on, pop up. Got it. Here we go. All right, so in Baltimore, federal prosecutors charge operator of ship in Baltimore's key bridge collapse. Now, if you were listening to Trump in his little whatever he did with the media on his way back from China, if you heard him, he talked about how he took out Iran by taking out what? Key bridges and infrastructure. Okay? Key bridges and infrastructure. Now, let me read this article to you. The operator of the container ship that lost power and slammed into Baltimore's Francis Scott Key Bridge more than 2 years ago, unaliving 6 people and causing the bridge to collapse, is facing federal charges. An indictment unsealed Tuesday morning charges. Now, here's where we get real with it. Synergy Marine's Singapore and India-based operations with conspiracy to defraud the United States, failing to inform the U.S. Coast Guard of a known hazardous condition, misconduct, or neglect by ship officers, causing death, false statements, and obstructing an agency proceeding. Shore-based technical superintendent Radhakanar, a national of India, was also indicted. Like, I can pronounce that damn name, but he shouldn't be here. Again, taking out our infrastructure right in front of us. This wasn't a guy named Nick Carter or Mike Jones or something. I don't know, Steve Smith. No, it was a guy named, hold on, Radhakrishnan Karthik Nair, okay, from India. That's an attack on our country. You can't tell me that's not an attack on our country. This is what immigration is. This is why we got to keep close tabs on who's in our country. This isn't about race. This isn't about, like, oh, we don't like you because you are Colombian or whatever you appear to be. That's not what this is. This is about the protection of our country, America. We are being attacked from within in many different ways. Through AI, through illegals, through food, through a lot of different things. We are looking, and when people said earlier, you're focusing on the wrong thing. You're focusing on, no. I get what's going on. We, all of us, are focusing on the wrong thing, which is America. Nobody's talking about this bridge being knocked down. Nobody. The balloon, exactly, the balloon. That's a whole other one. And you have the train derailments. And you have all things being set. Oh, no. Like, this is crazy. This dude, New York subway. Do you understand what a show New York is right now? Like, you can't even travel the subway without a stabbing, a shooting, an R-ing, and a essaying something. Yo, we're being attacked right here. And somehow, some way, y'all are making this a racial thing. But if you look at the names of the perpetrators, where they are from and how they got here, it adds up. Getting pushed on the tracks. Yeah, that's in the dude. Well, secondly, see Connor game today. Thanks for coming. Good job, Kimberly. Exactly. People on the tracks. That's like a new thing. Did you see the Haitian dude in New York just like 2 or 3 days ago? All right. He threw some liberal lady down the stairs in the subway of New York. Kicked her down the stairs. Guess what? This damn liberal, white liberal lady decided she didn't want to press charges to that fella. Okay, good. Guess what happens about a week later? The same guy kicks some old guy down the stairs and unalives him. Now he's not here no more. Yo, we're focusing on the wrong shit, y'all. Yeah, I don't blame y'all for a veteran too. That's even more apt. And I don't blame you for canceling your trip to New York. I don't want to be there. I would never want to be there right now. It's a mess. It's a mess. The amount of people that are getting poked is like they're in the UK. It's embarrassing. It's absolutely embarrassing. So that's something that, when we talk about protecting our country, these are the reasons why we voted for Trump. Immigration. Do I really enjoy all the other stuff that comes along with it? No. I at least want to talk about the war. Not at all, but I will. You can't avoid it. But there's other stuff in the world. That's why I took a step back, because I was so focused on the war that I lost touch of what was going on in our country. Yes, the prices are crazy high. The food is disgusting, and you don't get full from it no more. You don't. It's just a bunch of chemicals. We're just like walking zombies unless you grow and get your own damn shit. We're all suffering here, and we're fighting with each other over shit that we all are dealing with. That's where we are. That's what I just don't understand. We decided to just stay local. Texas has plenty to explore. Hey, Texas is its own, brother. Texas, hey, preach. God bless Texas. God bless all the states that stand on their business. For real. Texas Jane, she knows. Much love, yo. Would never want to be in a S-hole like the U.S. Hey, cold breeze. Guess what? We don't want you here. Bye. Any other un-American pricks that want to get out of my chat, please speak up now or forever hold your peace. I'm not going to play that talking ass about America when we run everything for you. If it wasn't for us, all y'all would be in the gutter. Look at the UK. Look at the UK. Come on, y'all. Some of y'all better be kissing America's ass right now. And I get it. Americans should be pissed. Not none of you foreigners. What the hell are y'all mad for? What are y'all mad for? Get the hell out of our country then. Bye. Nobody's going to be mad at all. Nobody. Yeah, exactly. Yes, you are 100 on point. Sorry, not sorry, but I'm not concerned about Iran. Exactly. That's why I had to take a step back. It's been 1 month today because it was nothing but Iran. Don't talk about the data centers. Don't talk about 5G. Don't talk about the sky, how they're spraying all over us, the weather. Dude, we could go on for days. The fentanyl problem in America, the illegal problem in America, the trans problem in America, the drug problem, the division. There's so much right here. We lost sight of it all, y'all. We lost sight. It's okay, but we lost sight. Texas has too much fraud and crime. We're not going there until they get rid of Abbott and clean it up. Look, dude, if there's proof of Abbott in fraud, as well as any state, I'm going to say this on record now. That includes you, Donald Trump. You should be held accountable. Anybody that commits a crime against our country, defrauds us, should be held accountable. I don't give a damn who you are. I was going to say, I don't know what Abbott is doing with fraud, but if you could produce truth then I'll entertain it. Until then, I don't really know. I'm not going to say you're wrong, but I'm not going to say you're right, homie, because I didn't see no proof, bro. So just because you don't like somebody, you can't start accusing them of fraud, bro. Like, legit. You can't just start accusing people of fraud. Yo, that's just crazy. That's not even, don't make no sense. It's a bunch of BS, like the way they've done Trump. Exactly, Texas Jane. Exactly, Texas Jane. Now look, Static Seminio. Trump is a traitor. What is he a traitor to exactly? Because I could get down with what you're saying on some reasons. But what exactly do you mean by that? Because my opinion is probably not even close to your liberal opinion. When I say traitor, I mean our own country, bro. I mean, you want to set up 62-mile long data centers? 62 miles? What are you going to do with these data centers? Huh? What are you going to do with them? That to me is a problem. Spraying our skies with X's and grids and making the temperature drop 40 degrees on us in the middle of May and having everybody sick around me, that is treasonous. Okay? These are things that we just don't talk about. We just don't. We're the Strait of Hormuz. Let's not talk about the shit that's happening to us right now. You got Bill Gates coming out with some fake, you know what? Everybody get ready. Here comes again. He want to talk about it, but you know what it is. But you know what they didn't mention? You know what they forgot to mention in this whole thing? There was that boat that had those sick people. Get it? But the other cruise ship with 28 members. What cruise ship am I talking about? I wonder if I can pull up the story out of to. But y'all know what I'm talking about, right? Y'all know what I'm talking about. Disney 28 Keys. What ship at the same time nobody said nothing about 28 working for Disney on one cruise ship. Yo, yeah, exactly, Billy. Thank you, Billy. The Disney cruise, bro. At the exact same time. 20 feet. Where's the fucking anger in the chat? I don't hear it. I hear one person. Not at all. But you did bring up Epstein. You brought up Epstein. What's that going to solve when there's 28 peas running around on a boat? I'd love to know. Please enlighten me. I've been gone for a month. Maybe I'm missing out. Maybe there's something that I forgot or I'm missing. But I think I know what I'm talking about. I think we're on the right page here. Yeah, the virus. You know, it is what it is, Kim. We'll see. You already see the liberals running around with their little, you know, shit things on their face with the little things so they can, yeah, everybody just, put on your calms. But don't talk about those 28 other people. Let's just cover up our faces and look down. Let's look down and forget. Let's forget about the 28 peas rolling around from Disney. Let's just forget about it. I'm out. I got errands to run. I'm glad to see you're doing you again, Tim. Thank you, Kim. Love you. You have a good, safe day. I was just getting to my last one, which is Sheriff Grady. It kind of is perfect leading up, which is all about F around and find out. And it's the month of May, and it was another sting. It's been a minute. And it only makes sense that we go to good old Sheriff Grady. Love you back, Kim. Love you back. That we go to good old Sheriff Grady for this one. And we see what's going on in Florida. It's been a minute. We haven't gone there. But hey, Sheriff Grady don't play. Remember that, guys. Sheriff Grady does. All right, so this is nipping it in the. Hold on, hold on. My laptop hasn't gone through all these tabs in a while. Like, damn, Tim, keep it popping, but damn, man, you overloaded me. It's been a month. Let me lead up. Let's lead up. Tickle me a little bit. Make me laugh. Something. All right, everybody hit the like, share, subscribe. Let's see what type of sick stuff Florida's up to today, and let's see what type of good work we got going on with good old Sheriff Grady. Everybody hit the like, share, sub. I hate saying that, but here we are. I gotta say it because I ain't got no mods in here saying it for me, and I really don't want to type it every 2 minutes today. I just want to get this out to y'all, and I'm having a good time, y'all, because I got to get some of my what's it called back. I got to get some actual exuberance. I was drained from the war talk, y'all. It took away what I do best. So I just want to let y'all know I'm back. I won't be on the war path but I'll talk about it if there's important stuff. But dude, you ain't gonna hear me talking about it as much because I'm focused on America first right now, right here on our homeland. So let's get into Sheriff Grady. Everybody hit the like, share, sub. Much love to all you guys for sticking around. And let's go.
Today. It is a joint operation. As you can see, it's Polk around and find out. We arrested a total of 266 people in a 6-day operation. And we're going to talk about that today. But before I do, I want to underscore that it would be absolutely impossible for us to do this magnitude of an operation if not for our partners, our federal partners, our state partners, and our local partners, and our NGOs. So I want to go through the list really, really quick. Brian Haas, our state attorney, and the man who makes it all happen.
Hey, fat boy, that shit was corny, homie. Make America white again. Nah, bro, if you're white, I'd rather have my black brother than you. So get your shit right. Get on, bro.
His office is going to prosecute all of these folks. And as you can see, what a job it is when we dump this many people on your office at one time. So thank you very, very much for the professionalism. He's going to speak as well. I have with me Acting Field Office Director Kelly Walker. She's going to speak as well. I want to talk about ICE for a minute. Now, you've watched all of this national media stuff and, oh, how horrible ICE is. Well, that's just absolutely unequivocally false. ICE has been nothing but the best partner we could ever ask for as we work together to ensure that the people of Florida and the United States are safe. Kelly is the big boss over not only Florida, but all of the islands. And her resources have been nothing but professional and outstanding. And she is the leader that brings it all together. So, Kelly, thank you for being here today. We know because of your level of professionalism and your energy and enthusiasm that we're able to have a successful operation, and it means a lot to us.
CFO was with us on our other press conference, Blaze and Goya. He sent a lot of folks. Auburndale Police Department, today, Captain Cody Skinner is with us. Bartow Police Department, Chief Steve Walker, and Deputy Chief Dowdy, Deputy Chief Wilson, Davenport PD, Chief Parker. He's our partner and is with us on all of these operations. Highlands County Sheriff's Office participated. They couldn't be here today. Hardy County Sheriff's Office participated as well. Lake County Sheriff's Office, Captain Ron Patton is here. San Francisco Police Department came to be with us in this operation. Now, they're not here today, but they worked with us and they wanted to learn especially about the child predator operations. They want to do those there in a bigger way, so they came to see how we did it. You know, that's like fishing in a barrel out in San Francisco, by the way. One More Child, our NGOs, we are ultimately successful because of our partnership with our counselors. Today, Sinead Dressler, who is the Senior Director of all of Florida Anti-Traffic Operations, is going to speak. One More Child, Stacy Ham will be speaking. Heartland for Children, Katie Ann Parchment, who is one of the mainstays and one of my heroes, is going to speak. She's Prevention and Diversion Program Manager. DCF, where would we be without our DCF team? Michaela Robbins is there. She's not going to speak today. We also had statewide Attorney General participate with us, the Marion Sheriff's Office, the Osceola Sheriff's Office, the Pasco Sheriff's Office, the Lake City Police Department, and the Orlando Police Department. So you can see what the magnitude of this operation is. So we talked the other day about the child predators, and we divided it up because of the volume, and we did not want the child predator operation to get washed away in the volumes of people. And we're going to highlight a few of the more outrageous events here that for the human trafficking side. We rescued victims. We identified others who we highly suspect are victims, and our NGOs continue to work with them, and you'll hear more about that even past the operation site. But we made 266 total arrests, and about 247 of them were in their life and career. And we, wanted to give them a present, so we added 439 more charges to their repertoire and their resume, their criminal resume. We arrested people from 11 states, 18 different countries. 35 were married. I bet that made their spouse really, really excited. And we're going to talk about, we will allow Kelly Walker. She is the big person in charge of all of this. No ICE work happens without her and her agency's authorization. She'll talk about how many illegal aliens we had and what she worked on with that aspect from us. 4 different people brought firearms to the undercover operation. So people that think, oh, this is low level and not violent, that's wrong. It is violent and it's dangerous. And then we're going to focus here in just a minute on what I think should shock the conscience of most people. So having said that, let's go over just a few of these arrests. Here's Jair Jackman. He's 27. He's from Palmetto. He came for sex, $200. He says he has a top, did you hear that? Security clearance from the military, that he's an Air Force contractor for cybersecurity. Now, don't you feel comfortable knowing a guy with top security clearance is coming to meet a prostitute? That is a recipe for a disaster, but he's worthy of speaking about today. And then there's Salvador Villarreal. He's 44. He's from Winter Haven. Whenever we called the Polk County utility supervisor and said, hey, we've got one of our county trucks over here that one of your employees showed up in to engage in sex. The supervisor said, come on, man, why are you messing with me? He just knew it was a joke. Well, it was no joke. Salvador works for Polk County Utilities. He's a data engineer, and now he's county jail inmate, and he doesn't have the county truck. He doesn't have the county job, but he does have the county jail to rely on. So, oh, by the way, he's married. I bet Salvador's wife wasn't happy when he didn't come home in the county truck because, yeah, she thought he was at work. And then there's Ryan Yates. He's from Odessa. Pay attention to Ryan Yates. He was arrested in the January 6th Capitol riot. He entered the building illegally. He pushed against and battered police officers trying to get into the rotunda. He was sentenced to 6 months in prison and then 3 months home detention and then 2 years supervised release. He says he's unemployed, and then he got a blanket pardon from President Trump. Well, we're not giving him a blanket pardon. Are we pardoning him? Yes, sir. I didn't think so. Yeah, he got away with it with the federal system, but not here. He came here to violate the law. We arrested him. The state attorney is going to make sure that he's prosecuted. And think about this. He didn't resist us like he did the Capitol Police. He knew better. Then there's Shannon Brooks from Haines City. Shannon Brooks showed up with a 7-year-old child with him. Now, you're going to see some B-roll later on of Shannon Brooks. He's married. He brings a 7-year-old boy into the room where he's going to allegedly commit this sex act with a prostitute, puts the 7-year-old in the bathroom, hands him the phone to play with it, and says, don't answer the MF phone. That's how he talked to his 7-year-old. And then he was arrested. He owns a tree trimming business. Oh, by the way, he's on public assistance. So while all of you are out working, paying taxes, he's taking your tax money and he's engaging prostitutes and he's neglecting his child. So there's all kinds of charges. He also picked up some, we TOT'd or turned over to DCF his child for appropriate placement. But this is the kind of parenting that we want. Come on, man, what are you doing? I want to tell his wife, you obviously married a guy with 5 brain cells, and 3 of them must have been left at the house this day. So at the end of the day, he's locked up. Well, he's not by himself. Derek Partita, 37, brought his 10-year-old child, but he left his 10-year-old child in the car while he was going to have sex. Well, I want to talk about this. This is a very sad situation. And then DCF took the child and made sure the child was appropriately taken care of. This child lost his mother when he was only 2 years old. And this child should have been taken better care of. Who is this guy? What is he all about? And it was sad in one instance, but the 7-year-old child and the 10-year-old child, because it happened in the same time frame, got to be friends while DCF was taking care of them and working through help. So these 2 children were playing together in one of our rooms and made friends. And then there's Yonor Garcia from Davenport. He's here illegally. And he says he owns a restaurant, Moe's Restaurant. He brought his wife to prostitute. Did you hear what I said? and he was armed with a firearm. He's here illegally from Cuba. His wife is not here illegally, and he had a gun, I guess, for security. So it's kind of a family affair. Hey, honey, let's get married, and then I'll lay up and do nothing, and you go out and prostitute. At the end of her workday, I bet she's not amorous any longer. Then there's Craig Long we arrested. He's 41. Some of you may recognize him. He's an influencer. He also owns Craig Long Fitness in Tampa. He was seeking the services of a prostitute. Did I tell you that he's married? That he's got 125 followers on Instagram, 568 followers on TikTok? Well, I'm going to give him some content for his social media today. He was a previous felon who straightened up, really what we want to see in life. Now he's an influencer. You know, he moves in big circles, even with the president. This is a photograph with the president and his son not long ago. Now, we like to see people who make mistakes early in life, and he had a long history straighten up. We like the fact that he likes the cops. Heck, he liked them so much, he got caught up in a sting and got to be up and real close with the cops. We asked what his attitude was. They said, oh, he had a great attitude. He appreciates law enforcement. Well, there you go. Got arrested in a human trafficking sting. Influenced that for a while. Then there's Carlos Landaverde, 29. Been here 15 days from Tampa. He was in Tampa. He's been here 15 days from New Jersey. This is his advertisement online to have sex. He's here illegally from El Salvador. So our undercovers go online. He agrees to make a call. We meet him. Whew. This is what he really looks like. Now, tell me something. Is he about as ugly as a mud fence or what? Have you ever seen anything that ugly in your life? How do you transform this? Whew, I can hardly look at it. To this. Now, can you imagine? You think you're getting this, and this guy walks in the door? Yeah. I thought about bringing a barf bag today. And here's the before picture. This is Anthony DeLezzo. He advertised as a prostitute, $300 for sex. He said he's from North Carolina. This is who showed up. So you are engaging this guy, and there he is. You wake up the next morning and you go, there's not enough Tylenol to get rid of this headache. I can't believe I just slept all night with this guy. I mean, after all, you know, he's got a, you know, a shadow on his beard. And then there's Nicholas Murillo. You go online, we did, and you see this and you go, woohoo, man, that's nice looking. If I'm going to violate the law, maybe I want to violate the law with somebody like that. This person's from California, San Diego, just arrived in Tampa 3 days early, just in time to get in trouble with us and go to jail. You look at that and you go, you want $600, but maybe some time with someone who looks like that, wow. And then this is what you get. Yow. I mean, Is that ugly on a stick or what? And they're dangerous. They've got criminal histories. So when you engage in this conduct, you think you know what you're getting. And then there's, this is the advertisement. This is what arrives. And this is what they look like the next morning. You wake up the next morning and say, man, I don't think you can drink enough to drink that pretty. But you got to try if you're already caught up in that circumstance. So here we are. You go through all of this and you see the horribleness of it, and we could give you example after example after example. We just picked out some special ones that we thought might want to be recognized today, because these folks, also a smattering of them, have HIV, AIDS. They will have sex without condoms so that they can spread diseases. These are nasty, nasty, dangerous folks. We have everything from first-degree murder charges down to misdemeanors as criminal histories. And if that's not enough, 22 were on public assistance. Now, I want you to focus on this for just a second before I turn it over to our state attorney. You go to work every day and you pay your taxes. And you pay a lot of taxes. And then the feds are giving them money. So this is the ones that admitted it to us. Okay? Admitted it to us that they did. You pay to just this group that admitted it. You paid last year $182,256 of your tax dollars to them so they could come here and either sell their bodies or use your tax-paying money to buy sex. That's not all right with me. Now, let me tell you something else. When you get with these agencies and ask them if they'll participate in these stings, they said, hey, we'll be glad to participate with you, but we can't release any information to any law enforcement agency on people that are taking this money unless you're doing a fraud investigation or a theft investigation. So we don't know how many of these people. This is just the ones that admitted it. We don't know how many of these people, but I can tell you what. There's a lot more of them than are on this board. We need to change the federal and the state law so when we're doing a criminal investigation, we can know the whole history of criminals. But that's impossible. With that, I am going to first turn it over to Mr. Haas, our state attorney. You've heard me say this over and over to include today. I am so proud to be able to work with our state attorney's office under his direction and leadership, because he does the right things. He holds criminals accountable. And because of his support, we have a 54-year low crime rate here. Mr. Haas.
Thank you, Sheriff. Just to start out by saying thank you to the Sheriff for the coordination of these agencies at the federal and state, local level that want to be a part of this. And that's because they recognize Sheriff Judd's demand for excellence and everything that he does. And it all flows from that. As I was standing there, I was looking at this board, and I got to say, I'm wondering if I need a few more prosecutors when you look at all those pictures there. But I can rest assured, we are ready to go, and I have a great team at my office that are prepared to prosecute these cases as necessary, and we're ready to go on that. I want to just say that it is amazing that every time we do an operation like this, I mean, look at the results. And we could start another one tonight. Maybe there is another one tonight. Who knows? And we would get just as many. And as well as it's publicized about Polk County and everything that we do here, they still show up in droves. So I think that speaks volumes about the problem that we have. And so I want to finish by saying a word about human trafficking. And it's a phrase and it's a term that's talked about a lot. And a lot of people do just that. They talk about it. But you got to do more than talk. You got to address the situation head on and take it very seriously and realize that it is real and it is happening and people's lives are being ruined. They are living in absolute terror. And when you do these types of operations and you take on the supply and that, you are helping combat human trafficking, but also we're saving people that are caught up in these things every single time. So this is a very serious thing. It's well worth all of the resources that are put into it, and I'm proud to be associated with it. Thank you.
Of course, Acting Field Office Director Kelly Walker. And once again, you watched all of this ICE stuff on television. You watched the liberal media slam ICE. Well, today you get to see the real ICE, the real professional that does it the right way with cooperation from those in the state of Florida because of our governor and the way we do immigration enforcement. It's all about getting the dangerous people out of society. And this is the professional leadership that ICE has, not only here, but around the country. But that's not what you see. Director Walker, it's yours.
Thank you, sir. Hi, everybody. My name is Kelly Walker. I'm the Acting Field Office Director for ICE ERO Miami. And what a great opportunity to be here with all of you today and in this great environment with our leading Polk County Sheriff's Office, Sheriff Judd, and all of the partners that are here behind us. We cannot say thank you enough for the tremendous support that you always provide. We as an agency love to come here and do the work that's being done here in the state of Florida, here in Polk County specifically. We have 385 287G partners here in the state of Florida, by far leading the country. So I just wanted to say we finished another outstanding operation here, and this is the third one that I'm aware of that we've participated in. This one I had the privilege of observing firsthand. I watched as the men and women of the Polk County Sheriff's Office and all of those that were here supporting the operation, including the non-governmental organizations that were there as well, do really tremendous work. It was a proud moment to be a part of that our ICE ERO Miami colleagues were in the room. We were doing the work alongside of our state and local partners and our state attorney general's office. It was just really amazing to see. We have a congressionally mandated mission, and that's to preserve public and keeping dangerous criminal aliens out of our communities. We're uniquely positioned to enforce the laws of the immigration laws of the United States in the interior of the United States, and we have broad enforcement capabilities for that. This was a prime example of that operation. It says up there that we had 34 here illegally that were encountered. That's actually correct in the sense that we lodged an immigration detainer on more than 30 people, but we encountered 70 foreign-born nationals during the course of this operation. So it speaks to the magnitude of what we're seeing here. Some of them have significant criminal histories before this encounter, and they will be brought into ICE custody after they've completed their time with the Polk County Sheriff's Office, after they've been fully prosecuted, and we'll take the next steps to put them in front of an immigration judge and remove them from the country. Together with all of our partner agencies in 287G, we continue to lead the way. I think as a national standard, ICE, the footprint here in the state of Florida is something that is of great magnitude. We are doing significant work with these partnerships that are alongside of us, keeping the public safe. So I just want to say thank you personally, Sheriff Judd, to all the staff, the community in the room, those men and women behind me and beside me, for helping us bring the worst of the worst criminal aliens off the streets of the communities of Florida, put them into proceedings, prevent them from preying on innocent people and victims, and dedicating themselves to public safety. Thank you.
Sine, come on up.
Thank you. Thank you, Sheriff. Good morning, everyone. My name is Saini Dressler. I oversee the anti-trafficking operations in the state of Florida for One More Child. And we had the privilege of standing alongside alongside the immaculate team of the operation this past week. We were able to engage with 70 individuals, of which we've already began to serve about 140 services at this moment. Those services include crisis support, jail outreach, continued aftercare release, just like Sheriff said, including shelter, counseling, and survivor mentorship. What we witnessed were individuals in survival mode, navigating fear, uncertainty, and immediate needs. Some were cautious, others more open, but many were not yet able to identify what was actually happening to them. And that's okay, because that matters. It matters because trauma does not follow a timeline, and recognition cannot be forced. A truly trauma-informed response means that we meet people where they are, with consistency, respect, without judgment, and we remain present until they are ready to take the next step towards safety. Let me be unequivocal. Exploitation does not occur in isolation. It is sustained by demand, enabled by vulnerability, and allowed to persist in silence. Without a coordinated and deliberate response, it will continue, unfortunately. This is a call to action to all of us. The conversations need to remain ongoing outside of this. We need vigilant communities that recognize and report concerns. We need systems that prioritize survivor-centered care. And we need firm accountability for those who drive and profit from exploitation. Ending this requires a unified, uncompromising commitment to make it clear that this has no place in our communities. I also want to recognize the leadership of the survivor mentors. Their lived experience strengthens this work that no system alone can. At One More Child, we make it a priority to have a survivor leader every single night and during every operation, because their insight isn't just valuable, it is essential. It is now my privilege to introduce you to one of those leaders, and her name is Stacey Ham. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Stacey Ham, and I do serve as a survivor leader and a supervisor now with One More Child's anti-trafficking mobile teams. As you've heard, this operation has led to significant arrest and a real impact in our community. And while this matters, I really want to take a moment to talk about what comes after this headline and this operation. Because for us at One More Child, this is really when the real work for us begins. This past week, myself and my team, we were embedded with law enforcement during operation nights. And while we then spent countless hours going into the jail and doing follow-up, we got to listen to individuals, to victims and survivors, sharing their stories and showing up in moments that were filled with fear, uncertainty, and vulnerability. A few statements that have really stayed with me and my team this week from some survivors were, "I can't believe you showed up for me. I can't believe you're willing to come back and to fight for me. And I thought that no one cared." Some broke down, not because of what happened during the operation, but simply because someone was showing up, and that's what matters. Because operations like this address the true crimes, but they also reveal something much deeper. There are many individuals that are navigating situations where they feel like they have no real choice. Consent cannot exist when there is no opportunities. We've met people that have been kicked out of their homes, that lost their jobs, that were fleeing domestic violence situations, people who found themselves in situations where survival was then tied to exploitation. And I want to be very clear, no one should ever have to make the choice where their safety, dignity, or their body is the cost of survival. This is not a choice, this is exploitation. Today, I want to take a moment to share something a little bit more personal. While I was born into a multi-generational cycle of familial sex trafficking, I don't often share that as a young adult. I was lured back into a cycle of exploitation. From the outside, it didn't look like what most people expect. There were no chains, no visible restraints, so people just assumed the choices I were making were freely mine. People didn't see the coercion, they didn't hear the threats, and they didn't feel the isolation that I faced. And when I share about being exploited as a young adult, I often have had people ask, well, why didn't you just leave? But the reality is I didn't always recognize that what I was experiencing was called human trafficking. Many of the behaviors were normalized or disguised in ways that made it hard for me to name. Our media can sometimes do a harmful job of portraying what trafficking looks like or only showing the most extreme cases. It's not always physical force or captivity or bondage. It's not always obvious. At its core, human trafficking is exploitation. It's manipulation, it's coercion, it's survival, or it's relationships that blur the lines of consent. Because of that, many of the survivors or the victims that we work with have often been faced with shame and get questioned, why haven't you left and why do you choose to stay with your exploiter? Because this reality is it's far more complex than that. Every human at the core of it has basic needs that must be met: safety, shelter, and stability. And when these needs are unmet or uncertain, when someone feels controlled, dependent, or unsure how they are going to survive, they don't often feel they can then leave their situations. This week, we didn't get to just hear it, we walked alongside it. We met survivors who were being actively controlled by traffickers and pimps, individuals that were being manipulated and exploited, many living in fear of what would happen if they left their situations. And that's why what we do truly matters. At One More Child, our core purpose is rooted in Christ-centered care and services, but it's also strongly rooted in providing survivor-centered care and trauma-informed practices. We meet people exactly where they are, and we walk alongside them without forcing our timelines or agendas or taking away their autonomy. For me, this work is not just professional, it's personal. As a survivor leader, I will continue to fight and advocate for survivors for as long as I continue to do this work. And to any survivor right now that may be watching or may stumble upon this press conference after, I want you to remember you are not alone. There are people who see you, there are people who believe you, and the people standing up here with me are here to support you. We're here, we're not going anywhere, and this work and this commitment continues long after today. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Katie Parchment, and I'm the Prevention and Diversion Program Manager for Heartland for Children, and also the Chair of the Human Trafficking Task Force for the Tri-County area of Polk, Highlands, and Hardy counties. Thank you for being here today. We stand here with a unified purpose to protect the most vulnerable in our community and to send a clear message and an unwavering message that human trafficking will not be tolerated in Polk County. Under the leadership of Grady Judd and the dedicated team at the Polk County Sheriff's Department and the many other law enforcement agencies involved, we have seen what is possible when law enforcement takes bold, strategic action. The recent undercover sting operation was not just about making arrests, it was about identifying victims, disrupting exploitation, and opening doors to safety and recovery. What makes this effort truly powerful is the intentional decision to bring nonprofit organizations to the forefront of the response. And that has been an ongoing thing for many operations. Because of that leadership, partners like Heartland for Children, Department of Children and Families, One More Child, and the Circuit 10 Human Trafficking Task Force were not waiting on the sidelines. We were standing side by side with law enforcement, ready to respond at a moment's notice to the victim's needs. This collaboration does matter because when victims are recovered, the next few moments are critical. It's not enough to remove someone from a dangerous situation. We must immediately surround them with care, dignity, and support. That means trauma-informed advocates, safe housing, medical care, counseling, and a clear path forward of how they will receive the help that they need. Together, we build a system where victims are not treated like evidence, they're treated like people. This partnership ensures that when law enforcement does their part to bring individuals out of exploitation, our organizations are there to help them begin the journey towards healing. That is what truly matters in a community-centered response. But today is not only about recognizing this collaboration, it's also about sending a message. To those who exploit others, Polk County is not a safe place to be. You will be found by Grady Judd, and you will be held accountable. And to the survivors, whether you were reached out to during this operation or you're still out there, we want you to hear this clearly. You are not alone. You are not forgotten. And what has happened to you does not define your future. There's a community here that cares deeply about you. There are people and organizations ready to walk alongside you to support you and help reclaim your life on your terms and at your pace. So help is available, hope is real, and your story is not over. We are committed together to continuing this work, to strengthening partnerships, and to improving how we respond. and to ensuring that every victim who is identified has access to resources that they need to heal and thrive. Thank you to our law enforcement partners once again, our fellow nonprofit organizations, and every member of the community who refuses to look the other way. Together, we're making a difference, and together we will continue to fight. Thank you.
Real fast. I just got to give props to this lady. I've covered Sheriff Grady now for a real long time. I've covered him for a minute. I've watched hundreds of his videos, and I've watched all the fool around and find outs. I've watched all these stings, and that lady right there, I wish I could say her name and not say that lady, but that lady right there is an angel. She has been there through it all. She's all about the victims. I don't see an agenda with her whatsoever. The views were dropping because it was getting a little boring, but I couldn't cut her off because she's doing God's work. I had to let her go, man, whether it was viewers or not. Y'all if she was boring y'all, I had to let her go. Because she's doing her duty, as an American. There ain't no fraud in that. No fraud in her, dude. God bless you. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Our team at the Sheriff's Office, our investigative team, is simply the very best. And we become a little better and a little better and a little better with every one of these operations. This is the largest group of people in the history of our undercover operations we've ever arrested. And that occurred in only 6 days. And it happened because of the remarkable partners. And we wouldn't think of doing this without our NGOs so that we can rescue these victims of human trafficking. But make no mistake about it, from my lips to your ears, there's going to be another one and another one and another one. And we're coming after you. If we didn't get you this time, we will catch you the next time.
Perfect way to end it. Perfect way to end that. He's been doing it, y'all. Don't go to Polk County. That's what we need in America. What we need in America is somebody like this. Look, I remember a month ago, y'all used to call him, oh, he sucks up to Trump. Let me get on camera again. Oh, he sucks up to Trump, and he's a D-rider for Trump. Bro, you heard him call out Trump today. You heard him call him out. This dude is about justice. I respect Sheriff Grady, man. I respect that whole crew, dude. They be doing this a lot. I want everybody just to take 1 second in their time to think about your state, think about your sheriff in your county. Do they do this? Are they this transparent? Do they conduct stings to help better? See, y'all don't like them because they're red, but they're doing the right things. I stand with this. I don't know about all the other stuff, but I stand with this guy. Now, here's something that I don't stand with, and it comes to America. I was going to end the show, but thanks to somebody in the chat, they pointed out some sick stuff, and I gotta address it. And that is, what the hell is this, y'all? Dude, let me just show it. DC Lieutenant. I'm gonna have to cover this in depth more because I don't know nothing about it. This is just straight freestyle. I want to know more. But look at this, y'all. DC Police Lieutenant arrested in child exploitation investigation tied to Chris Hansen sting. May 9th, 2026, the day after my birthday. All right, so where do we start? A DC police lieutenant has been arrested in Maryland in child exploitation investigation tied to a Chris Hansen sting, where investigators allege he exchanged explicit messages with someone he believed was a 15-year-old boy. Now, who's shocked? Washington, D.C. More kids go missing in D.C. than anywhere in the country, and it's got the smallest little population. It's just a district. What we know, authorities in Maryland arrested Lieutenant Matthew Mall, a member of the Metropolitan Police Department. The arrest was carried out by Hartford County Sheriff's Office, which is leading the criminal investigation. Maryland Police Department officials say they were contacted by investigators shortly after the arrest. Now, let's see what this guy looks like. Investigators allege Mall exchanged, explicit messages. This guy, y'all, what y'all got to say about this dude? Really? What do we got to say about this guy? What's up, Daniel Barry? Much love to you, man. Haven't seen you in a while. Much love, bro. So, anyways, this guy, of course, out of D.C., where there's no crime, but yet that's where all the, politicians live. More kids go missing and never found again than anywhere in the country. The allegations in this case are extremely disturbing and in direct contrast to the values of the Metropolitan Police Department. Mao has been placed on administrative leave. So he hasn't been fired? Hold up. He hasn't been fired. You've got the messages, you arrested him, and he's not fired. Chat, how does that make you feel? Dude is not fired. He still has his job. Oh, Lord. Backstory. The arrest is tied to an online sting investigation associated with journalist Chris Hansen, known for his work exposing alleged child predators through undercover operations. He gained traction through To Catch a Predator, To Take Down with Chris Hansen, and other shows that he was on. He also did work with Sheriff Grady, the guy we just watched. He does stings with them as well. In social media post, Hansen described the case involving the MPD lieutenant as one of the most disturbing, upsetting, and dangerous busts in any sting ever. Yo, I've been watching this dude since I was a kid. To say that that's one of the most disturbing ones ever, I got to do more research into the details of what really went down and why is this guy not arrested, bro? Are you kidding me? The D.C. Police Union said the lieutenant has not been affiliated with the organization for years. The state union official said that Lieutenant Matthew Mall has not been a member since 2018 and is not represented by the union because he holds a management position. So he's higher up. The allegations are extremely serious and disturbing. What's next? The Hartford County Office is leading the criminal investigation. Maryland Police Department says further questions about the case should be directed to that agency. Chat, before I end this, should this effing guy have a job? Should he even be? Why is this guy not sitting in jail? Legit, I need to know. What is up? That is absolutely crazy to me. Oh my God, y'all. I didn't show it the whole time. And nobody told me. This is the guy. Nobody said nothing in the chat, y'all. I was sitting here reading it to you verbatim, showing you it all. Man, I'm going to have to redo it. I'm going to have to redo this story now. We should straight away have a worldwide network and law that if someone, some girl, I got to erase your message, but I agree with what you're saying, brother. Yeah, man, they got to go. I don't care who you are. You got to go. I think we should make a special law. Like, man, I'll get into it on another day. But I think that there should be a zero tolerance. We should have open field day on these people. We should be able to have open field day. What up, Puppet Master, man? Can you believe I was just reading that whole thing? I was showing y'all everything, and I didn't even share the screen. That's why you need a mod. That's why you need somebody on the side to be like, yo, Tim, pull up your screen. Yo, you haven't done a stream in a month. You're a little rusty, but it's okay. We still love you, bro. I'm just fucking. But yeah, man, that's messed up, y'all. That's super messed up. I'm flabbergasted at it all. And I don't really know where we would move from here. To be quite frank with it all, I don't know where we would move from here. Daniel Barry, man, how you doing, brother? John, you've been spitting a lot of stuff here. Bill Gates is a criminal and traitor. I agree 1,000%, brother. The fact, and here's something else that a lot of people left out. The fact that he was in the White House says a whole lot. What is Bill? See, these are things that we need to connect. What is Bill Gates' connection to data centers? I can tell you, I don't know if YouTube will be proud of it, but I can tell you this, they got digital gibbities coming. And another story, and I'm going to get into that, I'll have to do that another day, that involves Bill Gates, is these modified ticks. Who's heard about the modified ticks here in going on in the farmlands of America? Apparently, Bill Gates has these modified ticks that are giving everything Lyme disease and killing our crops. What do y'all know about that? I'm going to have to do a whole nother story about that. But Bill Gates is on, he is probably the worst of the worst. The worst of the worst. Yeah. I'm not, look, bro, look, puppet. That, that is part of the whole plan, dude. We know that. I'm with you. It's been around for years because it stems off of the vitty. I did my I literally just see it as another. Yeah, Hanta just made the puppet. Hanta made the news, but the 28 pedos on a Disney ship did it. Make that make sense for me. You know what I'm saying? It's just another scare. That's why we can't trust politicians. This is why I call it the world staged. Staged. There's a D, ED at the end. Staged. Not world stage news. Staged. It's a big show. And we're all sitting around watching it. And all these characters and all these players and everybody showing their. But us, puppet, people that, John, I know you get it. I was reading your comments. There's a lot of y'all out there. We get it. Bill Gates, you can't pull the wool over our eyes, bro. We're not dumb. We're not dumb, Bill. You ruin our food. You're a predator. You're all about killing our health care. You are a horrible ass person. Chat, who's listening? Hit one in the chat if you think he should be one of the first ones to get taken down. Why is he still walking the streets right now? Man, he must have, why is he walking the effing streets? By the way, I got a Seahorse Pro Plus and a water bomb. Been doing shatter wax, crumbled that. You puppet. You know what? It's just 100 of us, right? Everybody, y'all hit the like. Y'all subbing and stuffy stuff. Y'all hit that like and sub. I'll rip. We'll do a it's 420 somewhere, right? We'll do a quick little smoky smoke. Everybody, if you got something, you know what time it is. If you rock with me, you know what time it is. Is my camera on? I'm gonna turn it off though, y'all. You gotta understand, I'm gonna turn it off for this so I can get down with y'all. But this guy right here has got to go, dude. This guy right here has got to go. Now let me also get this my thumbnail up because I want this to be my thumbnail. This. I want that to be my thumbnail. Not that guy in handcuffs. Or not that freak. I need this guy to be it. But Ryan, y'all know who Ryan is. Bro, he came with some fire. Good job, Ryan. Came with that fire. RS11 ice cream cake. Straight gas. Good work, bro. Too bad you're not here doing your work, doing your job, but it's okay. I'm still hitting that gas, son. So, anyways, let me rip this and I'll come back on camera. Let me get back on the thing. Hey, welcome, Finland. Much love. I don't know if I've ever talked to anybody from Finland before, bro. That's new, bro. Much love, man. Much love to you, bro. By the way, I already read that. Yeah. The Hanta thing. What do you guys think about it? Do you guys think it's a scam? Is it another play on play? You know what I'm saying? I say there's more to come, but it seems very similar to what's going on or what happened back in 2020, 2019. Very similar. Except for this time they spread with poop. So you got to touch rat poop instead of bat feces. That's about the only difference, rat and bat. I mean, I don't want to be wrong. This is just what I understand. It's not what I know. Don't care. I'm not a doctor. But from what my research says is you gotta be dibbling around in some rat shit to even get it. I think Gene Hackman's wife died from it. Pretty sure Gene Hackman's wife died from it. It's been around. It's been around. It's just another, hey guys, look over here. Look over here. Do not focus on your country. Do not focus on the shit we're doing in the background. Just focus on these little stupid stories that we're throwing at you. Nancy Guthrie. The 12 scientists that went missing. Come on, y'all. Y'all believe that? NASA scientists go missing. Talk about that for a while, guys. Talk about NASA. Stupid. Unfortunately, every warehouse storing our canned goods and the shipping companies have rats and mice missing on all the cans before we get them. Puppet. Bro. Puppet gets the agenda. He gets the agenda. Trust me, we're gonna hear more and more of this, Pup. For real. We're gonna hear more and more of this. And I hope everybody who's watching, 150 y'all, I hope y'all don't fall for it. Please don't fall for it. Don't fall for it, you guys. Don't let them do this to us again. You know? You know, we can't. We can't fall for this. We all got to be smarter than that. We got to be more vigilant. If Bill Gates' name is involved, get out. Get out. There is no need. Say less. Say less. So, is there anything else, y'all? Is there anything else that I missed here? Puppet, man. The crump. Dude, in this last month, I took a month off. I needed to, y'all. The war talk was the only thing that I was really getting. I got into a habit, and it's not because of me as much. It's because that's what the algorithm wanted, which is me to talk about the war. And only a human being can only take so much of it. That's like me, who sees through the BS. I'm not Fox News. I can't sit there and lie to your guys' faces. I can't sit there and cheerlead a war on, and I can't sit there and make excuses for things. I just can't do it. So I had to take a step back. I had to reevaluate everything and, reassess what's going on in our country other than Iran. And there's a lot of stuff going on. I really want to get into Kash Patel. He just testified a few days ago. And that meeting was that hearing was wild. Most of y'all be bored by it, but if you're able to read between the lines and you're able to sit through stuff and really get what's going on, all this stuff starts to really add up. It all does. You start to go, man, these people are say less. Hey, what's up, JP? What's up? I can't even see your name, bro. But yeah, man, it's wild. It's wild, man. We're living in an age, man, where it's clearly a world agenda. It's a world agenda here, and everybody's invited. No. It's a worldwide agenda. Yeah, no matter who voted for. Exactly. It doesn't matter. That's what people don't get. That's what people are really not getting at this point. It is every single politician. You like that saying? You like how I said that? A gender. But anyways, it's every politician in every country. I will do this. I pose this to Puppet or somebody else. Any of y'all want to name another country that has good politicians, that's honest. Name a country, because I know the liberals are looking for one badly, and they fail miserably. Italy, nah, didn't work out. Canada, nah, didn't work out. Poland, nah, didn't work out. New Zealand, nah, didn't work out. Netherlands, nah, didn't work out. Half of them wouldn't even accept you, like Italy. Look at France. Look at France. I mean, dude, it can't get no worse than France. Besides New York, Paris. How dare you assume my agenda? And it absolutely is. And it will be, which is why even Clinton and Carter sold out cheaply to China, and now those businesses are paying for it. Yep. Damn right. All of them did. You guys do remember Hunter Biden was over there making deals in China, y'all. Don't forget about Hunter's deals in China, in Ukraine. This isn't about bringing up old news, because y'all think, oh, you damn people are just obsessed with Biden. No. It's just history. The Empire of Dave. And it absolutely is, and it always will be, is why, oh yeah, right there, right. You're right. Clinton used to say, protect the border, not anymore. Absolutely. And you know what? Hillary said, let's get Iran. Hillary was big on the borders. No, there's an agenda being pushed. It is a NWO agenda, and they're all players in this game, or actors, or characters in this giant world stage, like a soap opera. That's the way I look at it. It's like a soap opera. The Clintons are played their part. Don't forget the Clintons were just in the news. They both did what? 4-hour testimony on Epstein each. Go back and watch my show. 8 hours. I did an 8-hour show back to back. What happened with that testimony, y'all? Where did that testimony go? What has ever come about that? Anything? Anything? I have nothing. To answer your question, no. Nothing's come of it at all. What happened to Les Wexner? He damn near told on himself, like Bill Clinton. They told on themselves. But what happened to him? Nothing. There's pictures of Bill Gates with a young lady who is not alive today. Why is he walking around right now? Yeah, man, it is history, and nobody, look, dude, we're not perfect. History just, bro. The thing that we got to recognize about history is we all know the same. History repeats itself. You got to learn from it. But the effed up thing is nobody learns from it. Except for there's like a gang of us. There is a group of us that get it. We know the history. We know the lies. We know the lies on everything. And then you've got the people that make blank excuses for every other thing. Blank excuses. Like, y'all, like, no. You guys are sitting here. I'm talking about fraud in California. And you're going Trump, 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 Trump. Now, we could do a show on Trump. But you're talking about Trump. We're talking about California, Minnesota, Ohio. We weren't talking about Trump. Y'all can't let that go. Y'all can't let that go. That's not going to help our country at all. You know, it's just not. It's not going to help us if you just deflect on Trump. I even heard the most asinine stuff that, he started this war with Iran to cover up Epstein. What? Come on, y'all. Don't be so silly. A world war to cover up Epstein. Get out of here, bro. They brought it back up. They want us to talk about that. They want us to talk about Epstein. Hence, did you see the Kevin Hart roast the other day? Did you hear Shane Gillis tell Nance, or what's her name, Chelsea Handler? Oh, yeah, you were on Epstein Island in 2010. You were with, who was it, y'all? Who'd they say she was with? I can't remember, honestly, but if you heard the names, they were, who's the J guy that married like that little Chinese girl that dipped out of the country? That guy. There was only 10 of them, and they're telling you this right in the middle of a roast on that everybody in the world's watching. They wanted you to hear that. They wanted you to hear this. You know, I have asked a lot of people, why did you promote and then you didn't get the voters to overthrow Trump? Can't anybody add up 2 + 2 doesn't equal 3? Well, here's the deal, man. I don't know where. promote it. Okay, so here's the deal. In Ohio, in my state, we are a red state. What President Trump did, and I don't know if it's just Trump or if it's whatever, but what President Trump did was he left it up to the states. The blue cities, because there is no, that's why there's a thing called gerrymandering. Because they're trying to divide it up, because the cities are overrun with blue. And there's, like I said earlier at the beginning of the show, there's approximately 87 something counties in Ohio, and like 80 of them are red. But the blue ones, Cleveland, Akron, Toledo, Dayton, Cincinnati, Youngstown, they're all blue. So Columbus, so they get the popular vote. They're the ones that voted in what you were talking about. About the abortion, and as far as like the legalization of Mary Jane, that was because the people voted for it. Look, and that doesn't mean, look, dude, it's crazy because my state, 80 counties voted against it, but it got passed because of the 6 big cities. That's why we have to do the whole entire, my dog Alfonso, my man. What up, G? Oakland's finest in the house. What up, dog? What's popping with you, bro? Overall, just not with the state itself. Yeah. So right now, there's a giant battle of whether, there's going to be, whether the state where the lines are being drawn from Columbus to like the outer city, which is red. But what they're trying to do is bleed the cities more and more into the rural areas so that they can keep passing these, getting stuff to go through. Now, gerrymandering works on both sides, absolutely, but it seemed to have benefited the liberal side because every single liberal ideology was presented in 2023 or 2024. You know what I'm saying? So that's how we got stuck with these cities that promote, that allow the unaliving of unborn children, even though most of them don't approve. If that makes any sense to you guys. Did that make sense? Did I say that right? And Alfonso, what's been good with you, bro? Talk to me. I'm not about it, bro. I am not. I'm totally not about I do think that people should be able to go without having to travel. I think everything should be done on a common sense basis. I know there is nothing common and sensical about our government or anything that we do, but I think everything should be on a base to base, not on a broad, I think everything should be on a base to base standard because Tim, I found your old Facebook page and sent you a friend request looking like walking. If he wasn't true. Yo, that is you? I bet, bro. I'm accepting you. I only have 350 friends because I like to stay at 300 on Facebook. I live in Columbus. I'm from Cleveland, right? All my friends are back home. I like to keep it that way. But Alfonso, I got you, bro. I didn't know if it was you or not, bro. I seen it. I got about like 150 people that I have not accepted friendship for because of what I do. Anybody could be anybody. I just keep my Facebook personal. But you, Alfonso, my brother, bro. You in, son. I got you, dog. I got you. Ain't nobody looking trans in that picture, too. You knew it. If you saw my picture, then you know, oh, yeah, Tim was getting hoes back in the day. Yeah. JP Prey, man, I appreciate your stuff. Oh, yeah, I bet they lose their voters overall, just not within the state itself. Yeah, man. Not to mention, all right, let's just make another point real fast. Alfonso, you're in Cali. All this effing fraud going on. What states are really standing on it? You know? The voters, us people, we get it. But dude, the cities, the blue cities, we've got to do something about this. And I'm not trying to make this a left or right thing, but it really is when it boils down to the nit and gritty. It is because when ICE was here, just like for example, I'm going to use my city for an example so that I am telling y'all are getting straight facts. When ICE was here, the governor, the mayor Ginther, y'all can look it up. I'll re-show you guys another day. I've already showed it on the show if you watch me. Mayor Ginther came out and said, we will not work with ICE. The police won't work with ICE. We will not arrest anybody. All just same stuff that was happening in Minnesota. But yet, we all voted for Trump to get him out of here, bro. It's been nice hearing to you. Sounds like you're trying to be objective. Keep up the good work. Gotta go. Hey, much love. I'm trying, man. You know, I'm trying to make sense of it all. Like I said, I took a month off. I kicked back. I already get what's going on, but I needed to find a better way to get to y'all. My message to you. And I really appreciate it, man. Appreciate you, bro. If you have 5 friends at the end of your life, you're a miracle worker. Well, damn said. When I came through the prison ministries, I was only 8% of the young men had no father image. That's all. What does that tell you about family? Family means all. The father figure is so important to our family structure in our country. That's where everybody's getting lost. And I 1,000% agree, JP. And that includes white, black. You know, the one, you know, I never hear Asian dads disappearing on them. I don't. I think it's an American thing. I think it's more of an American thing. Am I wrong? You know, I have noticed that, you know, there used to be that stigma that, you know, black parents weren't always there, or the black dads are missing from their kids. I don't find that to be the case anymore. I got a 5-year-old nephew. I take him to the park. I take him out, and there's kids playing softball. They're playing football. They're playing soccer. And you know what I see? I see white dads my age. I see black dads my age. And I see them all out really giving a damn about their kids. Something that I didn't see growing up as much as or in the past decade, 2 decades, as I do now. And you got to give props where props is deserved. And I do see a lot of dads stepping up. And I think more dads need to step up. It'll make our country a better place. Definitely. Tim, what makes no sense is if there's a border, what good is it for? So basically, you can't cross, but once you're in, you can't get kicked out. Like, well, there's a border. I hear what you're saying, Alfonso, but there's a border because there needs to be. There needs to be a line so we know what's coming in and out of our country, right? When it depends on the administration. I believe this with all heart, Alfonso. Immigration and having the border shut down has been big for almost every presidency until 2020. They shipped in these people like crazy. And they are trying to get them kicked out. But yet we've got these liberals who watched their party. That would be like if Trump was just importing all these illegals and sending them to every single blue country or city so they could vote, destroy, and ruin our healthcare system and all. If Trump did that, we'd be on his ass. We'd be on his ass, y'all. This is not a normal thing. Like what happened in 20 to 2024 is not normal, y'all. That is not normal. They are preparing us for something that we aren't ready for because clearly a lot of y'all just aren't ready. Get right with God, y'all. Get right with God. For real. Hey, thank you, Steve. Much love. Hey, sunshine too, bro. It's raining out here. I could use the sunshine, brother. Thank you, man. Much love to you, brother. So, we don't want innocent people getting hemmed up. We don't even want, look, dude, I don't even care if there's the legal people I'm talking about that I feel like need focused on are the ones like we watched in Sheriff Grady's video a little bit ago that are coming here to do harm to our country rather than, oh man, I wasn't on live chat. That's why I wouldn't be able to read nobody's comments. Yeah. But I don't know. I hope there's better days to come. I see it. If we don't come together and find a common medium, this is our year, year 250 of America. Y'all do the math. I don't see another election. I mean, 2030 is right around the corner. We're closer to 2030 than we were to 2020. It feels like 2020 was just yesterday. Think about it. J6 felt like it was just yesterday. That was 6 years ago. We're 4 years away, 3.5 years from 2030. You don't think they're preparing us? You don't think they warned us? They told us, yo, this is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to do. Jesus prophesies the days we are. I mean, look, man, if you can't see, I didn't even get into this stuff because I just wanted to make this a real chill, get back into the groove, haven't streamed in a month, But, we didn't get in to these entities that are being summoned in and end times and the fallen angels that are coming in and what's going on with these UFO agenda coming. Exactly what Albert Pike said would come. All these things, Project Bluebeam, these are all things that they prepared us for. And now they're coming out with movies like Hail Mary with Ryan Gosling. Go what? Yo, that movie is literally preparing you for these entities that they're going to introduce us to. I got to bring more proof. A little more stuff. I'm not going to do that now because I just don't feel like messing with my laptop at this point. But Sam Altman, CEO, Chat, GPT, AI, whatever, the executives that work for him came out and said he's opening up portals to summon in these entities. If you go back in time, Gordy Rose said that. Elon Musk said it. I mean, this is some real stuff, but nobody's talking about these things at all. And I think that's a discussion that we need to have on another day. So if y'all, enjoy the content, tune in because there's more stuff to talk about than just the war, y'all. I mean, honestly, we definitely can get into that stuff. I'm not going to stray away from not one thing ever. Never. But I think when we're getting towards the end of our time here in America as what we call a free country, It's time to go ahead and get it all out there. We got to get it out there because we don't got much time. And I love all y'all, bro. I love all y'all. I don't care left, right, nothing. I don't want to see none of y'all suffer. I don't want to see not one of y'all suffer, man. Ever. So, I don't want to see, I want to see everybody be prepared, be aware, be good with themselves, with their family, with their God, all that stuff. That's things we all need to focus on. Honestly. He prophesied in Matthew 24 and Luke 22, wars and rumors of wars, earthquakes and floods in diverse places. There is so much more. In the last days, I will pour out my spirit in all of flesh. Yo, you're right. Hey, he also brought up Iran and brought up, there's a lot of stuff in there, but thank you. Thank you for that. You're stupid. Thank you, Xander. And you're probably super intelligent. I'm sure. Because if that's all you could come up with, shows your IQ, bro. Your IQ is about as dumb as your comment. Oh, yeah, you haven't made it. You've had a channel for 12 years. You've watched 7 of my shows, and you're still in here commenting. You're dumb, bro. You're dumb. Thank you. Thank you for giving me views, homie. I don't know why you're even around, but I'll let you stick. But yeah, bro, you've had a channel for 12 years, and you sit in someone's chat that is stupid. So what does that make you, bro? I want to know. I just want to know, bro. Oh, wait, what did he say? Who's Bubba? Is the question Melania wants answered. Who's Bubba? See, that's how corny you are, homie. That's how corny you are. You read a fake email with 2 pedos talking to each other, and you referenced it in my chat. Yeah, bro, get the hell out of here. You goofball. Xander, you're a fucking goofball, homie. You're a goofball. I just caught you slipping, son. You don't think I read every message y'all people put in here? Xander, you got caught slipping, son. My definition of a portal would be a black hole, Alfonso. Like what CERN's doing, opening up portals or black holes. Is it something demonic? Absolutely demonic, bro. Absolutely demonic. When angels appear through God, they will come here because God sent them, not because man summoned them. Is it power of the mind or is it... No, dude, they use quantum computers. They use things like CERN and D-Wave and Kindred. They use these things to channel, to break open black holes, and they summon them. Look it up. I'm going to come in. I'll come in. Look, bro. I will bring proof of everything I just said. I'm not going longer than 4 hours and 20 minutes. So I got 9 minutes till I'm dipping out. You know what I'm saying? But I'm going to keep it like this. There's a lot more going on that y'all just don't know because they want you to focus on the BS. And that's why I had to spend, I think in it all, it's got a little bit to do with it all, brother. Heavenly too, all of that stuff, bro. So, these are things they don't really want us to talk about. Again, the data centers. I'm gonna drill it into you guys before you're done with me. These data centers are prisons for us. Get ready. We got to be more vigilant. So, What, Xander? Oh, no. What? Who you talk? Were you not talking to me, homie? Who is you talking to, bro? What? Goodness gracious. But yeah, Billy, I'm back now. Just finished fixing Ryan's furnace. Thank God. Yo, Ryan was crying last night, Billy. He was like bitching about I'm like, I don't know. He was bitching about his furnace. I'm like, Ryan, just go open the windows. It's 50 degrees outside. He's like, I'm freezing cold. I'm freezing. I was like, oh, my bad, homie. I'm like, my bad, homie. I don't know what to tell you then, bro. Good job, Billy. What the heck would he do without Mr. Billy? Billy's a good guy, y'all. Everybody, Billy Donkey's a good one, dude. Good one. Another good one. But yeah, man, all that being said, what else? Anything else? If you are a Trump supporter, then yes, you are dumb. I'm not a Trump supporter, you punk ass bitch. I'm not. I support the United States of America. So you're dumb for assuming. That makes you an ass because you're assuming things from me that aren't true. When did I ever say I'm a Trump supporter? I said I have no faith in Trump, but I hope the best for him. I don't hate him. I'm not sitting here hating on my president, but I sure as shit don't stand there and praise him. Nah, bro. You better take that shit somewhere else, Xander. Take it somewhere else, bro, because you're dumb. Clearly. I don't need an explanation from you. I already know your IQ, bro. If you can't hear what I'm saying and you catch me as a Trump supporter after what I just said, then there's no hope for you. Larry Fink ass mo. Go work for the World Economic Forum, bro. You Larry Fink ass buster. Tim, but even before CERNs, when I was a kid, watching Thundercats, watching He-Man, those good old 80s sci-fis, portals have always been. No, you're right. You're right. Alfonso, you're right. They've been using, dude, this, you do realize technology is about 50 years. We're behind, like, we're getting technology about 50 years later. That means they've probably been doing this stuff, dog. They've been doing this stuff. I think what you're talking about with what you were seeing in the cartoons and all these portals that were being opened, or who's the one dude that travels dimensions on Marvel? You know what I'm saying? Like, all that is predictive programming. There's some truth to that stuff, y'all. There really is. Where's Xander from? Xander's either from California or UK. That's my bet. Where are you from, Xander? Where are you from, bro? Florida. Damn. Thought you'd be better than that. But Florida's got some really whacked ass out people. So what? Who do you support there, buddy? Who do you support? I just said I'm anti everything. Who do you support, bro? What do you support this mess? On either side? Is that what you're telling me? You're not a common sense guy. You just go blow whoever helps you. Is that what you're telling me, brother? I'm trying to figure you out, bro. And it's hard to figure out a liberal because liberals don't know about nothing. That's the one thing, man. I try not to get in the left-right thing, but liberals are on their own island. Y'all are on your own island. Like, you know, that one guy. Y'all are on that island. You're special. And then you're embarrassing. Really embarrassing. There's nothing worse than a far left lunatic or a far right lunatic. Someone that can never accept wrong from Trump either. Both sides make me sick. I don't see why y'all just can't use common sense and say, yeah, fraud is bad. I don't care if it's blue. Fraud is bad. No, you can't say that. You guys couldn't do it. Now, the poll, on the other hand, did my poll close out? What happened to my poll? Where's my poll at? Is it still up, you guys? MAGA don't know nothing, and you sound pretty mega. Hey, Xander, guess what? I clearly will run a Trump train on you, right? But I'm going to go ahead and like, bro, you're stupid. So guess what you get? All right. I don't give a shit about you, homie. Tim, I was in Florida last week and I saw a guy looking for Xander. The guy kept licking his lips for some reason. Xander is, listen, the next time we hear Xander's name, it's going to be on Sheriff Grady's desk when he's sitting there with his picture in front of him, talking about how he fucked around and went to Disney World. Xander. He probably supports Kamala Harris, but you go, Tim, speak the truth. I'm just trying to give y'all what's good. Clearly, he supports that, trying to deflect on me when I just want y'all to do the right thing. I'm not pushing y'all one way or another. I just want common sense. That's it. That's why I said common sense should be our government. Common sense. Should everybody be able to get an abortion? Should should one person be able to get 6 abortions? No. But is there circumstances where it's necessary or it needs? Yes. But it's got to be on a common sense basis. I don't get it. Y'all make everything so much harder. Whatever happened to just common effing sense? I know what happened to it. Liberals took the common sense and ran with it. That's what happened. You gave them marriage between the two, and what'd they do with it? They took it and ran it all the way to trans reading books to kids at the library. You get what I'm saying here? You give them an inch, they take a damn mile. That's what I'm talking about, liberalism. That's what I'm talking about. It's a syndrome. It's a disease, y'all. You guys are done lost your mind. I think the Fauci ouchie got to y'all too much. Try to stay away from those, y'all. Stay away from the Fauci ouchies and all that stuff. He probably support. Yeah. Hey, brother, I'm just saying, bro, Xander, the fact that you're from Florida spitting that much crazy stuff says that either A, you're not really from Florida, or you're one of those weird ass people in Florida that likes furries and weird stuff, like, farm animals and stuff. I'm about to start bringing back my Florida. Every day I'm going to do a crazy story about Florida. I'm about to start doing it again. If y'all like my content again, go back and watch my old shows. I did a segment every single day on Florida and how disgusting their crimes are and the people in that damn state. Every day. Thank God you got Sheriff Grady clearing all that out, or y'all would be worthless. Y'all would just be worthless. For real. Full of just nonsense. What else? So is Ryan happy there, Billy? Is Ryan happy that you got that he got his thing fixed? And another thing, who watches sports in here? Anybody? Anybody been watching basketball at all? I'm not trying to bore y'all. Being from Cleveland, went down playing. We're in the playoffs. We're down 2-0 in the series. Lose the first 2 games. Go on a run. Boom. Win 3 in a row. We're undefeated at home. Last night, closeout game. Winner goes to the finals. And they lay an egg. So tomorrow, it's winner goes home. Cavs win it all or they lose it all. Go Cavs, baby. Go Cavs. That's another reason why I haven't been wanting to go live too, bro, to be honest. That's another reason why. Is because I've been watching the games. I needed that break from all of this. The internet, the hate in the chat, the having all of that. I needed a break. I had to watch sports and like comedy, like roasts and like stand up and just stuff like that and get my brain back. You know what I'm saying? I suggest all y'all do that. Disconnect from the internet sometime. Give yourself some time. Disconnect if you guys don't already do it. It is vile. Is that the word? It's very important to do for your mental health. It really is. Because I was starting to lose it. I was starting to really get caught up. These politics will get you wrapped up. And I'm a political guy that really doesn't like politics. Isn't that like so weird? Like someone is a political guy but doesn't like politics. Huh. Make that make sense. I can't. He was asleep pretty much the whole time. Figures. It's cool. I'm glad it's done though. He probably supports. Oh, I already read this. I keep reading the same comment. But we all just need to come together in this one. For real. For real. Anything else? What else y'all got for me? I had so much more stuff. Like there's a lot of stories that I do want to go through. And I only wanted to do a short. I'm like an hour and a half longer than I was going to go, to be honest. And something that I regret not being live for was, and I'll talk about it real fast before I get out of here, because I got 6 minutes till I'm at 4.5 hours, and I'll just keep it at that. Did y'all see the Trump thing with Rogan? And they're now allowing hallucinogenics for medical medical reasons, mental health issues. Thought that was very interesting. I would like to go back and show it again. And I also would like to hear what Trump said at the Turning Point USA. But those were all things that I missed while I was gone. You know what I'm saying? Those were all things I missed while I was gone. I wish I could have, we could have gotten into that. But yes, go on. Yeah, I don't know what to go on with, homie. For real. Other than that, what else? Oh, yeah, that was the other thing that annoyed the shit out of me before I left, y'all. Was that stupid Artemis, dude. The Artemis. And then Trump releasing the UFO files. Yo, that drone that they're showing going like this, that shit's pretty wild, yo. But that definitely wasn't an alien. That was definitely our government. But that's for another show. That's another topic that we got to hit up. Other than that, man, I'm still looking to see what's going to happen with ICE. Summer's coming. Once everybody starts getting out and about, we're about to have some wild stuff going on. So, yeah, man, get ready to suit up. I'm back. I'm not out of the game. I just needed that little break. I appreciate y'all again for sticking around. Billy, man, thanks for coming through. I don't know what your name is, dude, but the one that said yes, go on. Thanks for popping in, brother. Burnett, much love to you. Alfonso, love you like a brother, man. Billy, likewise. They released some wild shit. The congressional hearings were crazy on UAPs too. Yes. See, I like watching these congressional hearings. I didn't go live for them because a lot of y'all get bored. But me personally, I like watching those. I know Billy does too. So we can get into those. I'm down. I'm totally down. Cash Patel's one. Bill Gates on June 10th. We got to get that one. I'm trying to think of what else. But they said that they're going to be releasing these UAP in batches. So we're going to get them like what, every Friday for like what, a couple months or something? Like, I don't understand. Tim, what's your opinion on the weird alien sighting at the mall in Florida? All right, you notice I never read a comment all the way through because I already know where you're going. Where the cops shut down the whole mall. Did you hear about that? Yeah, I heard about it and covered it. And that was a psyop. That was a psyop. That was absolutely a psyop. I wouldn't even be shocked if they were filming a movie or something and just didn't tell anybody. But that was absolutely a psyop. Yeah, I remember that, man. I remember that outside the mall there. I do. There was that giant shadow of a creature. There was like, 50 cop cars. Yeah, dude. There was nothing to see there. Nothing to see. Nothing to see. We done debunked that a while ago. Like, bro, ain't nothing to see. The fake come from a couple years ago. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. I remember it. There was a bunch of it. Remember all the drones they were throwing at us? Telling us, oh, there's UFOs watching us. There's orbs. That was the word, orbs. If you go into my shorts, I got videos of the orbs because I'm right next to Air Force Patterson Base. They kept saying orbs, orbs, orbs. I'm like, nah, bro, them are drones. Those are just military drones. Those are not orbs. But forever, the government kept completely lying to us, saying those are orbs. Or what are these lights? And like nothing to be disturbed about. Finally, Trump comes out. I was like, yeah, that was us. That was us. Think about all the stuff that they be hiding from us, bro. I mean, come on, just go watch my short. You'll see right away. You will see that these things. You'll see if you go watch my short, you'll see the exact same thing on any look up those drones and look up the orbs. You will see my video as more clear than damn near anyone out there. I am not lying. I'm not lying. Go watch it. I hope everybody does. But that's the type of stuff that we got to be looking forward to. Our government tries to pull the wool over our eyes, getting us to look up at stuff that doesn't make sense. It doesn't even make sense. The fake shit from a couple years ago, faker. I don't know what that means, but yeah, there's a lot of fake stuff out there, bro. If that's what you meant. Huggle something. What does faker mean? Help me out, brother. What does faker mean? Who's faking what? Talking about these aliens and stuff. Yeah, I understand. I got to question y'all sometimes. I don't know if you're talking to me or if you're talking about the topic. You dig? Sometimes I get lost in the sauce because sometimes, bro, y'all be saying faker. I'm like, me? I ain't faking nothing. I got video, bro. It's in my go look at my shorts. Tim, you remember that 1980s movie about that kid that got in the spaceship that was like a silver teardrop and there were all kinds of alien other planets? Are you talking about Flight of the Navigator, Alfonso? I used to love that movie when I was a kid. Was it Flight of the Navigator? Chat. Is that what he's talking about? Yes. Yeah, that was a badass movie. That's another predictive programming. That's more predictive programming. Disney is very good at predictive programming. Very good at it. for sure I remember that. Billy remembers Flight of the Navigator. Heck yeah, man. They were just conditioning us for exactly what we're talking about right now. E.T. E.T. Phone home. Okay. Now, Alfonso, do you want to know one of the reasons? I'll give you one good reason why I believe in these portals other than the actual proof that I have. Remember Nikola Tesla? Remember how he talked to interdimensional beings? That was a known thing. Y'all forget about that. Don't forget about these things. And I've seen interdimensional stuff. I've let my mind go. You can't take away what your own eyes have seen. Go try some DMT sometime. You will see the other dimensions that aren't there. And life will hit you like a ton of bricks because you will see things that really just will blow your mind. Now you better do it with I'm not suggesting to do it. I'm saying if you do, have the full body armor of God with you and, have nothing but positive. I don't know what to say about that one. But yeah, man, Flight of the Navigator, definitely a predictive programming movie. Anything else? Because your boy's starting to sweat. I want to roll one up and watch some TV. Damn, y'all, it's almost 10 o'clock. I love y'all, bro. I've been on here with 4.5 hours. I was gonna do like an hour and a half. That tells you I'm a real streamer, bro. When I get going, I get going. Month or not, I keep it rolling, bro. I'm not going to lie. I had zero intentions. I cannot believe it's 10 o'clock at night. That's exactly why I had to take the break, bro. I would get done with the shows and miss my whole day, my whole night. But I'm not bitching. Today's Saturday, ain't nothing on. The game's tomorrow. Today's my free day to chop it up with y'all and have a good time. Today was that day. I went to the store. I got all the stuff I needed for tomorrow. I was like, all right, time to sit down and chop it up with my people. Alfonso, I seen your message. You inspired me. I appreciate it because I know you're like, yo, where's the homie at? I just didn't know if that was you. Because a lot of people pretend to be people. Does that make sense? But now that you caught it, yo, I'm glad that I saw you in there, bro. And I appreciate all the people that sent me DMs asking me if I was okay. You know who you are. All the people that showed me love. All the people that gave me birthday wishes last week. Much love to y'all. Tim, do you think there's a connection with aliens, meaning the Greys, and all the other kinds have a connection with God and demons? Okay. Wow, bro. That's a good question, bro. And that is a deep and good question. And all right, let's break it down. Do you think there's a connection with aliens, meaning the Greys? Okay, first off, I don't believe in aliens or Greys. So we got to go ahead and put that in one category. And then the other kinds have a connection with God, meaning like the fallen angels, right? Those would be the aliens or entities that we bring in. Are you talking about illegals too? Can we bring in the Venezuelans too? Hey, can we mention the Venezuelans? Because they go over here. They're not absolutely godly, but they're definitely in between God and demon. You know what I'm saying? I'm just playing the Venezuelans. I'm just effing with y'all. Just playing. But that being said, man, I don't really believe in the Greys, but I do believe that these other entities are God, are from the heavens, but they're demonic. Just like Lucifer, he's roaming the earth. God sent him down. He's heavenly, but he's demonic. And I think that's a well way to put the whole entire concept. You know, I think the things that they're summoning, the entities that they're bringing in right now are absolutely demonic. Because if they weren't, the world would be falling apart right now, would it? If they were coming in, giving us good advice, ready to help, like people say, oh, they're coming here to make us better. No, we would be in a better position, bro. We're not. We're not, bro. These are fallen angels. They're Nephilim. They're not meant to be here with us. Please find Bible study to learn the truth of God. Who are you talking to? Bill. I don't know who you're talking to, but I love Bill Weir. So God bless the Grateful Dead. God bless the Grateful Dead, brother. God bless Bill Weir. I wish he was still alive today. I wore my dead shirt today, to be honest, but I had to wear my Cavs stuff because I probably won't be going live tomorrow unless the Cavs win. But yeah, man, that was a good question, Alfonso. Like I said, at the end of the day, man, I think it's a little bit of both. I don't believe the outer space stuff. That stuff is going to be the actual lie. That's going to be the deception. It's going to be the outer space stuff, the mall stuff, the grays, all that. That's going to be the deception. Now, who's going to bite it? Who's going to bite the apple? I'm trying to warn y'all now. We're trying to talk about it now so we can get it out the way so none of y'all bite that damn apple. Fall for it. You know? But man, I really appreciate everybody's sticking around, man. That was dope. Y'all were fun. For real. Y'all were real fun. It was good seeing you, Alfonso. Bill Weird, go dead. And yeah, God bless the Bible too, man. I just can't read what the hell you said before the Bible. So I just left it be. But that being said, yo, I'm getting up out of here. You may see me. No, you won't see me tomorrow unless I get frisky. I get bored. But you will see me possibly Monday. Something pops off, I'll be in there. I'm going to start looking for stuff. If y'all have any topics that you want discussed, hit me up on Instagram. It's in my description. I also have a Discord. You can join my Discord. Hit me up in my DMs. If you got topics or stuff you want to chop it up about, let me know. I'm down. Other than that, man, I love y'all. Be good. Stay blessed. Stay safe. Don't do nothing I wouldn't do. God bless y'all. And I'm gone. If it lets me.